Hello and good morning. My name is Fernando Moreira. It's an honor to be here with you today, where cutting-edge science meets the market's realities. Today's program connects energy investment, AI, agriculture, food, new materials, and scientific entrepreneurship. Our goal is to take a deep dive into how deep techs can contribute to industrial competitiveness and the country's technological development. This event is organized by the National Confederation of Industry, CNI, and the Brazilian Micro and Small Business Support Service, SEBRAE, and is an initiative of MEI, Business Mobilization for Innovation, co-organized by SESI, the Social Service of Industry, SENAI, National Industry Training Service, IEL, Uvaldo Loge Institute, with strategic support from the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, MCTI, and Diamond, sponsorship of Embrapi, the Brazilian Company of Research, FINEP, and Petrobras. Gold sponsorship by Embraer and Grupo Boticário. Silver sponsorship by Bosch, Rockwell Automation, Siemens, Itaú, Natura, Vale, and the National Bank of Development, BNDES, and institutional support of OCB and INPI. Aligned with ESG best practices, the Congress has adopted measures to reduce environmental and social impacts, prioritizing the responsible management of waste, use of reusable materials, and compensation actions. Both stages offer simultaneous translation. If you need to use it, please pick up a headset right outside the room. Let's now begin our program. Energy transition requires technology, investment, and industrial integration. Brazil has a strong renewable matrix and scientific capacity in areas such as bioenergy, hydrogen, and storage. Deep techs can develop applied solutions for efficiency, decarbonization, and new industrial processes. Where are the main opportunities for Brazil to scale these solutions? We invite to the stage the Senior Analyst Investment for Valitech Capital, Luana Fricks, Protium Dynamics CEO Igor Zanella, and Dolab CEO Rodolfo Medeiros. You have the floor. Good morning. First, I wish to thank CNI for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning to talk about deep techs and energy transition. I also want to thank Igor and Rodolfo for being with me, sharing this panel. We're going to have a great discussion, I'm sure. And to begin with, to introduce myself, I'm part of the Valitech Capital team, which is a fund administrator. We have 10 funds under management with approximately 1.3 billion reais in assets. And among our assets, we have a few that are involved with deep tech and the thesis. Before we begin our conversation, I want to give you a brief panorama of this ecosystem, and then we'll start our questions to our guests. Talking about the ecosystem, over the course of the last 10 years, there was a very intense evolution. More than 40% of the deep techs were founded during that period, and currently you have an ecosystem of approximately 950 deep techs distributed all over Brazil. but especially concentrated in the south and southeast regions. Out of this universe of 950, approximately 250 are focusing on climate solutions, which we call climate startups. And many of these startups are considering solutions to decarbonize the industry and also energy solutions. So, with the evolution of the ecosystem, I would like you to share a few words about your journey in entrepreneurship and the development of a solution so far, and also talk about the startup scenario. Good morning, everybody. This is going to be a great discussion to discuss and a very timely moment to discuss investments. My trajectory started in FRN. I graduated in material assets. I have a PhD and a master's in material assets, and I have a 20-year experience in decarbonization from biomass, renewables, renewable hydrogen, solar cells, CO2 capture, among other things we have at the lab. And this journey started with this restless researcher that wanted to transform research into the bench, and that's where this spin-off was created. In this context, we've been developing with the Catalysa program a reactional system to convert an environmental liability, methane, into two high-value added products, pure hydrogen and carbon nanotube. If you don't know what it is, it's a graphene sheet, the material that you hear so much about, and it's closed shaped into a nanotube shape, and it can be applied to several different areas such as batteries. And in Brazil, for instance, it is applicable to renewables, and batteries are also a perfect element to deal with the intermittence in the industry. We've developed a technology that intends to nationalize production and diversify the product, because the nanotube can be shaped according to its application. So we're going through a very special moment. I think many people watching us are interested in understanding how to attract risk capital. And I'm going to stop here and give the floor to Igor. Well, that was great to hear, Rodolfo, and this is deeply connected to the characteristic of the sector. Many techs are spin-offs of universities. If I'm not mistaken, 55% of them come from the universities, so your trajectory is really great. And what about you, Igor?
Thank you for your introduction, and good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be talking to you today, to talk about deep tech in Brazil, developing technology for energy transition. I'm Igor Zanello, and I've been working for about 10 years developing hydrogen production and application technology. We started before COP21 with limits to global warming. So we understood we work with solid, liquid, and gas fuels. Hydrogen is one of the end products. We wanted to work in a decentralized fashion, and the starting point was hydrogen. So I was a researcher at the time, and I'm still doing research, of course, in addition to the business component. And we chose a product we believed could address solutions in this sector. Brazil being so large, we understood the need for decarbonization, and we had a solution that was economically feasible, that could be traded. So that's how we started, and then expanded, scaled up. And then we started working in industry where you need more capital, and it's more technically rigorous. You have more regulations as well. So that's what we looked at the beginning. At the beginning, we looked at the solution mostly, and we needed fostering mechanisms. We needed a lot of support at the beginning with the programs by the Sobriety Institute, among other programs. So, and then over time, now we still need a lot of support. This market is not totally structured. We work in the futures market as well, but we no longer look at technology alone. We also enter into partnerships with many companies, and we check whether things are viable before you start developing anything. And this is a mistake that many startups make at the beginning. You don't make a market analysis or a demand analysis. Are there really people wanting to buy what you're producing? So that's what we do beforehand. We have about 30 people in our company, a good structure, and we have been growing at a good pace. And now we're looking at the trying to raise private funds. That's what we're also trying to do to make the company grow. And this could be, I think we are in a seed phase or trying to attract capital, a deep tech startup. In answer to your questions, I also have a question to ask, and that is, what is the investment scenario in deep tech in Brazil? What are funds, venture capital funds, how have they been looking at startups? What attracts them to startups, and what pushes them away? So that's a question I wanted to ask. Yes, that's right. I think this is a question everyone that works in deep tech. We need to look for elements to attract new investors for this technology, to generate income, value, and also to foster national science increasingly more. So we're really looking forward to your answer. Well, thank you for your question. Well, first, let me give you some background. Let's look at the investment profile we have in deep techs in Brazil. Brazil is the third largest country in Latin America as a deep tech investor. In other words, we can improve. There's room for improvement for us in this sector. In this respect, the deep tech sector, it's still in its infancy in a way. So a large proportion of the startups in the pre-revenue stage, when you look at investor profiles that are working toward developing these companies, well, a large part of investors are from public sources. Over 50% of funds come from public sources, government sources. And when you look at investment at every step of the development of a solution, depending on the phase of each startup, there's always a risk, and there's always investors that have appetite for risk. So what we can see is that the public sector has a greater appetite for this uncertainty. In other words, as these startups take new steps and become more mature, only then will private investment play a more active role. That's what we see. When you're more mature, that's what you have. When you're less mature, you still have some movements in private capital. But in these movements, like last year, Petrobras and the BNDES, they announced an investment fund, a joint investment fund focusing on energy transition. So we look at deep techs from this perspective, and it's about 15 billion reals to be invested in the next few years. So let me give you more details. We see that public investment is present in this ecosystem, but there's also capital private capital that is more interested in this area. It's not it's not representative enough. About less than 5%, and corporate investment is less than 1% when it comes to energy transition. Corporate venture capital has a share of 6%, a little bit more. In other words, there's maturity, and this is a great opportunity. So what do investors look at? We see signs of applicability of these solutions in the industry. And in order to have a better perspective of the scalability of these solutions, and also about its economic feasibility. So when these solutions that universities have been developing, and that's an important source for deep techs, they should be also looking for solutions that meet real industrial demands, and then we can speed up the maturity of these or growth of startups. The question and the challenge is, how can you converge risk, appetite of private investors, and also the maturity of startups? How can we speed up this process to unlock private investment in this ecosystem? This is extremely important to Brazil. So for you, the capital challenge, you mentioned, right, sources of funds. Maybe you could expand on this challenge and also talk about some other challenges that I believe are you've been facing in your journey, infrastructure challenges among others, and what are the opportunities in this new ecosystem? Can I start? I really like this comment. Energy transition, ecological transition. I also see a transition in the perspective of investors. So we had a presentation by Professor Tatiana. She gave a great example of how the industry and universities are getting closer together. So you have now the perspective of investors to accelerate deep techs. As you said, this is a seed that will grow. In this respect, we're working harder to attract investors. You should consider, for instance, that our initiatives should be tied to other programs. In our lab, we have the opportunity of tapping into the potential of biomethane in Brazil. And it shows that a lot of biomethane is used to produce energy, and almost nothing, a very small proportion, is used in renewable fuels. And we consider carbon nanotubes, that's our focus, it tends to be zero. So we need this trigger to be closer to universities. So industry and universities should go hand in hand, and there's a lot of good things. There's a lot of integration upcoming. It's very good to have this in the short run for us to be able to develop robust, solid companies in Brazil that can provide technology solutions. Yes, that's a great perspective. I think I'll talk about three components. So we have great challenges, which is capital, to get capital, and then the market conditions, and finally connections and communication with the entire ecosystem, universities, the industry. I mean, the whole ecosystem should talk to each other for this to take off. A lot of deep techs develop technology that will be ready or producing or in the market in 3-4 years. And this amount of capital in universities or startups is relatively small, except for larger companies. So we don't have this money, and in order to develop, you need this, and that's one of our major challenges. In 2016, 17, or 18, we've had more structured programs to provide subsidy, to provide support, but we're still lacking fostering mechanisms, also tax incentives. income tax debates. The point is really to take off. And capital is the first element that we need. You need time. And then for this to develop. And then economic visibility. When you're developing this sort of technology and energy transition, most solutions are not economically viable. Like with solar power in 2002, it was very expensive, so you needed a lot of support, subsidies. Today, it's cheaper, but in the past, you needed 8-9 years payback to develop a solar power station. And this is a challenge to make this technology economically feasible, because as we are on the frontiers of knowledge, it's harder. And it's also hard to raise private funds to support this development. And finally, another challenge is, although we do have a lot of connectivity, but it's not easy for everyone to understand each other. Some company has a solution, and a large company wants a solution that is similar to that solution that's being developed in Brazil, and they look for a solution abroad rather than looking at what we already have here in the countries. They were not aware that we had this development in Brazil. So it's great that we can connect the dots or really build bridges between all stakeholders, and we can speed up our development. Yesterday, for instance, we were discussing about a hydrogen hub in the state of Paraná to bring everyone together, universities, cities, startups, consumers, and also hydrogen producers. And the major challenge here, a third one, is to be able to connect all these stakeholders so that everyone can talk to each other and, of course, generate business. That's right. And this is about the ecosystem, right? You need funds, you need stakeholders to be integrated. So in this respect, what is the role of the industry in supporting these solutions? How do you see this process of having potential clients to support your development, even strengthen the usability, visibility of this technology? How do you see this process of all the stakeholders talking to each other? Well, that's good. In the game of technology, this is one of the greatest challenges we need to overcome in a real life environment. It's a great challenge to have all these solutions applied to the industry. So we develop integrated dynamic solutions in deep tech. So we are developing nanotubes, and how will we adapt and adjust these, for example, with batteries? And so we need to validate the whole process in a controlled environment, and also in a pre-pilot plant. So we need to validate this in integration with the industry. So of course there's a venture capital, and investors want as much safety and security as possible to reap the fruit of their investment. But of course, with a closer partnership with the industry, this can be achieved, as Igor mentioned. So this is a great moment for us to work together towards this end. So how can the industry help in this process? Right. In terms of communication, companies and the industry has many challenges, and innovation, for instance. So you have industries really making their challenges clear to the entire market, and so you have startups and facilitators, and this has been a great help. This process of communicating their challenges, their needs. So, and of course, they focus on energy and innovation, and you can verticalize everything so you have teams that can interact with those that are innovating to do proofs of concept, short tests to validate this technology with the possibility of consuming that technology later with sequence contracts. And I think we have made great strides in this respect. And some companies don't do this, not yet. We are better now, but this is a great channel for industries to be more competitive, innovative, and providing greater opportunities for development and growth. So we need challenges and we need collaboration. Even corporate venture capital is interesting because as corporations are in their investment thesis are connected with corporate strategies, this is a good means to foster this bringing together of startups and companies, and also provide lay the ground for innovation. So I think this is a great entry point, this communication, because this is a need of the sector, so you can bring the industry and all the other players together. Unfortunately, this is the end of our conversation, so to wrap it up, I'd like you to share a little bit more of how you see that all the stakeholders that work in deep tech and energy transition, how can these stakeholders, what can they do to unlock this growth potential? What are the opportunities of these stakeholders really to unlock the value of the whole chain? That's great food for thought in this conversation. And this, of course, will continue after this presentation. It's great. I think we have like a beacon here. And this is a keyword to unlock. I think a keyword here is connection. Connection, above all, will speed up processes and solutions that are being developed at universities together with deep tech. So connection is one word. Connection is the way forward to be able to speed up development. But connection also means investment. They go hand in hand. I make a comparison to develop solutions in software. It's relatively easy for us, and I think Igor can talk about this too. We develop software, we do proofs of value, and we can test these things out to see also how the public or our audiences react. So our solution that requires infrastructure, construction of reactors, sensors, raw materials, so on and so forth. This requires a very expensive infrastructure. So, of course, it's highly complex, and things vary depending on how complex they are. But you need to look at investors. I can develop software in a few months and validate and do my proofs of concept, but with a reactor. And but with pure hydrogen, that takes 3 months or more. And investors want return as soon as possible. That's okay this is what investors want. So we do face these challenges. But when you have partnerships, PPPs, for instance, this can also speed up connections and investing. Although this is expensive technology, all these connections can overcome all bottlenecks, and we can start trading this technology. I don't know what Igor has to say about this. His startup is much more developed than ours. So I want to hear what Igor has to say about this, about connecting things, about integrating things in order to speed up your process. I agree that this is extremely relevant. I mean, connections are so important. And in deep tech, that's completely different from software, right? It's completely different. 10 years ago, for instance, I think I would develop software rather than hardware. It's just a joke, okay? But I mean, it's so important to be developing, hydrogen and sustainability solutions. But anyway, the ecosystems and all the technology, all the new stakeholders and players in the scenarios, ICTs, these are connection points in our technology parks are so important. You need to build bridges to find out who needs what, and especially for deep techs, you need to be fully aware that this is linked to more intensive capital processes when you're looking for fostering venture capital, corporate venture capital, or angel investment, or public sources as well of funding, depending on your maturity state. This is the solution. Depending on how developed you are. In Brazil, capital investment has a 15% interest rate a year, so that people do not want to take risks. So strengthening these hubs, technology parks is great. And also all players, all stakeholders should be more aware of all these things. So industries should be looking at innovation, open innovation, and will benefit startups. Startups should also look at the market. So, and this will provide or generate a more intensive, capital-intensive solutions. To have ideas, you have technology, develop this technology, but sometimes what you miss is funds or consumers. So more capital, more connection, and also what has been developed, technology parks, they're doing a great job, but this needs to be maximized. Exactly. Capital is one of the greatest challenges. So thank you, Rodolfo. Thank you, Igor. Thank you for being here. I'd also like to thank our audience. I hope everyone has a great conference. Do you have any final remarks? Well, I really like this conversation. I think, Igor, I don't know if you agree, but I think we have lots of insights to move forward, adding technology to the Brazilian market. I'd like to thank CNI for inviting me. It's a great honor to be in this panel with such high caliber speakers and the audience. Luana, thank you so much. Igor as well. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, to be talking to you today. And now I'll be here throughout the day. So if you have any questions, if you want to talk about investment, technology, energy transition, I'm here at your disposal. Enjoy the conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you then to the three speakers. Now, before we continue, would like to pay homage to an energy speaker. So we invite the Superintendent of Technology and Innovation of CNI, Carlos Bott. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Today is our last conference day. Those that were here yesterday, you saw that we paid homage to one of the greatest researchers in Brazil. And that was Tatiana Sampaio. Tatiana is helping people that can no longer walk move away from their wheelchairs. She's a Brazilian woman, a scientist working in a federal university, and she's making a huge difference. And then we had Roberto Simonson on stage. So today, on our stage, Juntos pela Indústria stage, we need to pay homage to this person today. Why have we chosen Roberto Simonson? I've known Roberto for a long time, since 2018. Roberto is, as we is a man of energy. He works in energy, he has a lot of energy. He's also electric engineer, of course, a man in the energy sector. He started his career as a researcher in the Technical and Spatial Center. He worked for CIMIC from 76 to 96. He became a manager in energy development there. He also is director of Aseminas, so he's from the state of Minas Gerais. He's former director of Abini. He's coordinator of Cigarette Brazil, the generator of regional industry, and also president of the Technology and Consultancy Center of Sinai. That was a technology innovation unit in the state of Minas Gerais. He's also a member of the board for Technology and Innovation of the Industry in Oil and Gas in the Federation of Industries of the state of Minas Gerais. On a beautiful day, he woke up, talked to his wife, and said, I want to set up a business. It was called Kemper. Kemper is a industry and commerce company. He is president of the board of directors of Nanum. Kemper was not the only company he wanted to leave as a legacy to Brazil. And so on a beautiful day, he decided to found a technology company, a deep tech, to develop nano composites. This is called Nanum Technology. He's also president of the board of directors. He's also develops projects in the wind power generation. So, as he was a visionary, believes that great projects, great action is there to make Brazil grow. And CNI and Sebrae are extremely proud to pay homage to Mr. Ailton Ricaldani. He's the person we're paying homage to. We recognize and acknowledge for his work in the industrial world. And Brazil, we hope that Brazil can be increasingly better able to develop energy people, visionaries that can make Brazil grow. And I'll give our praise, our homage to him.
This is a way CNI and Sebrae found to thank such an illustrious person. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor and a huge joy to be the recipient of this homage by Sinai and my dear friends who are here. I would like to emphasize that I've always focused on research and innovation. I was inoculated with this virus of innovation back in 1968 or 69 when I started the work at the Department of Electronics in the Aerospatial Center. And with an extremely wealthy life that I had in terms of knowledge and opportunities. I was able to observe the evolution of technology over the years. I participated in the assembly of the first Bandeirantes airplane, and I was just an apprentice back then. I was able to tighten some screws. I was there back when when Brazil was taking a leap forward in the aerospatial industry, which is reality to date. I was also able to observe several technological developments back then. And in 1961, when I was 25, I went to France with a team from the Ministry of Aeronautics to search for a piece of equipment for the aerodynamics tunnel. We spent 3 months in Paris to receive, to wait for the parts for the device, and the main or the most important part was a computer whose capacity was 4K, extendable up to 16K. And now I have 256 gigabytes in my pocket, in my cell phone. So the progress was huge, and it's increasingly greater because the means of communication nowadays are extremely fast. You just need to access your social media and hit send, and immediately the entire world is aware of what you wrote. Back then, everything was much slower, whereas now you can communicate with the world sitting at your office in seconds, in minutes, and you can receive and retransmit information, which obviously speeds up the processes of technological development that we're now witnessing. Another thing I would like to say that applies to all research fields, energy, telecommunications, any field of activity, this applies. Some place a lot of value on IT, software, AI, and that's all very important. But let's never forget our hardware. So what's the use of having an extremely advanced software if your hardware is not up to par? A fast chip that allows you to really make the most out of your software. And the same thing applies to AI. That's why in France, they call computers ordinators. Computers are not intelligent. If you tell it that 2 plus 2 equals 5, that's what it's going to learn. It doesn't have the capacity to consider that that is wrong. So, in my opinion, human beings remain relevant and will continue to remain relevant for the rest of our lives. Even though AI may help us solve problems more quickly and make some decisions, in my opinion, it will never replace human beings. So the love, the feeling, something that only humans can bring to the equation. I think that this Technological Innovation Forum is very interesting in that it allows us to discuss these types of things because technology is advancing. And I want to congratulate CNI, Borg, Jefferson, everybody. We've known each other for a long time, and we have to foster technology to add value to our assets. Brazil is a very rich country. There's an abundance of raw materials in our soil, lithium, iron, um, several rare minerals. But we really need to take on a deeper perspective. Instead of selling raw materials, we should add more value and sell a higher value added product. This fosters, this encourages our students, PhD and master's students, and also creates high quality job positions. Once again, I want to thank my friends for the homage, and hopefully, Brazil will increasingly add value to its materials and new technologies. This is what really changes. It's uh, technologies with high value added products. Do I have one more minute? I recently made a comparison with Congo and Japan. Congo is very rich in mineral wealth. It has one of the world's largest cobalt beds, a very rich country, but the population is poor. Japan does not have any ore, but they add value. It's a very rich country. So this comparison, by this comparison, I just wanted to say that it is important to have mineral wealth, but the most important thing is to really expand your elaboration by adding value so that you're able to sell a higher value added product, improving or expanding the opportunities for technicians. We have several technicians in Brazil. Brazil is rich in talents. At my company, we have 11 people with a PhD and 5 people with a master's degree. That makes a huge difference. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Borg, for the homage, and CNI. Thank you. That was great to hear. As we just saw, this is a very fair homage that was offered to this vanguard thinker. And we're going to also have a ceremony to award the National Innovation Award. You're all invited today at 4:30 p.m. Well, moving forward, the development of scientific basis developments requires long-term capital. All over the world, family offices and investors contribute with a diversity of resources for this segment, especially at the initial stages. Brazilian investors are already participating, contributing with a select group of investors. How can we disseminate the practice of this type of investment and expand the number of investable projects? We'd like to invite to the stage the member of Klabin's administration board, Horacio Piva, the managing partner of Pitanga Fund, Gabriel Perez, the CEO of Walenka, Ana Carolina Calçado. The stage is yours. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Well, first, I'd like to say that I'm truly honored to be here with Gabrielle and Doracio to talk about a subject that, to me, is very dear. There's only one problem, which is we only have 40 minutes, and we are definitely not going to be able to cover everything that the subject deserves, but we're going to be able to cover the most important things. And I was saying that 40 minutes is a problem. The last time I scheduled a 30-minute conversation with Gabriel, this became a 1 hour, 40-minute long conversation. I mean, it's a negligible risk, but let's try to control ourselves, right? So, very briefly, let me give you an overview of the theme. I'm Ana Calzado. I'm a founder and CEO of Wilinka. Wilinka has been dedicating itself for the last 13 years to the development of the tech ecosystem in Brazil. We've been working with around 1,000 scientists per year with close to 500 deep tech solutions bringing development to the entire country with several partners. But this is a brand new subject. Everything that we do, we are doing it and discovering it and learning from it at the same time. And we link through the our think tank, the We Think Lab. We carry out a series of studies and produce content trying to explore and share this knowledge with the ecosystem. And it's such a new thing that it's part of a research group at USP, and it's been focusing on investment. So I'm here to learn more than everything in this experiment where we learn as we do things. We've been discussing deep techs since yesterday, so it's unnecessary to say that deep techs are being seen as a very important type of innovation for competitiveness between countries and their industries, and they're also essential to let us face a few problems related to the climate, health, and so on and so forth. Deep techs, now talking about investments, deep tech in the studies that we have access to accounts for 20%, according to the latest information, at least 20% of venture capital around the world, but we have 80% of startups that are underfunded in the world. So it is growing. It has a huge potential. How can we unlock this potential, right? So investment in deep tech has its complexities, and there are several different types of investments in deep techs, from venture capital to CVCs and so on and so forth. Several new models being developed around the world. But today we are here to talk specifically about a model which is one of family offices or CPA individuals investing in deep techs, money of people and families being invested in this type of solution. Having said that, and this is what we're going to discuss today, I'm here with Gabrielle with the perspective of a manager of a fund that's based on family offices with the onus and bonus of investing in deep techs, and Horacio, who's an investor in deep techs and with an important background in the industry. And you'll also bring this important perspective to us. So I would like to start with Horacio and ask him to tell us about this trajectory. It's a long story. And please tell us when when was deep tech no longer interesting and became an important asset for investment? Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everybody. Well, to begin with, uh, deep tech and science, they're uh, the hype today. I'm fascinated by the subject. I think that deep tech allows Brazil to become competitive globally and not simply with a comparative insertion in the global market, as has always been the case. I'm truly happy to be here. I've participated in several of these meetings in a slightly different position. And this is something that requires a different type of talent, a different type of boldness, a different type of perspective. And I've been trying to get familiarized with the segment. I've been involving myself with that. And I'm really happy because I'm a member of a company that's been around for 130 years. And companies do not last that long in Brazil. Companies die in the second generation. And I'm in a company that's been around for 140 years with a deep commitment to forest biotechnology. And combining this DNA of an old company with the challenges of the world and deep techs has been extraordinary. I work with the story that has happened and also the story that's now starting to happen. Also, something about my thoughts about Brazil. I think that Brazil, on the one hand, is extraordinary with no problems at the borders, with no natural risks, with one of the happiest and most creative populations around the world. On the other hand, it's a very complacent society that's not doesn't get involved and that's been working very poorly with its institutions. It's a country that does not happen as it could, but it's covered a lot of ground already. This is one of the reasons why I say that I'm concerned about the short term. I'm excited about the medium term, and I'm hugely optimistic about the long term. And this is what my decisions are based on, especially when it comes to deep tech. And personally speaking, and I speak as an individual, I don't invest in a company, in any companies that were created a few months ago. I always believe it's going to be impacted by the difficulties of the Brazil cost. My intention with deep techs, which are high risk companies, sometimes big risk companies, they're not attached to short term dynamics. They're aligned to the longer and more consistent returns. And I think this is a kind of thinking that's becoming more and more prevalent among individuals and family offices. Deep techs can create more alignment due to the quality of discussions and the patience with time. And Gabriel can confirm that they combine the capacity to manage science and knowledge. And this is something new to Brazil. We've always been far away from these subjects. So these are absolutely fundamental items that are part of the equation of success whenever I look to an investment. And what I've been seeing is that there is a variable related to commitment by people getting involved with deep techs and enthusiasm and control. We've been here for 10 years, and you may think, well, 10 years, 10 years building an absolutely extraordinary business, and this is part of the answer about why I make my decisions. So there's an added value, uh, which is to help improve the insertion of research and development in the collective unconscious of Brazilian society. The professor just talked about the importance of adding more value to the products that we export, how we can create a value and more value for food, metal, whatever it is. I think we're able to do that through science, technology, and innovation, and with uh, young people building these projects. And it's different from what I used to do. We want to conquer. We wanted to conquer Brazil, and these guys want to conquer the world, and I want to be with them. Well, this economic study, which I undertook in the past, they changed lots of things. The post-grad studies, they changed lots of things as well. So now we need to understand the difficulties, and also we need to understand that if we're able to change the angle of this vector to the right side, it will change at a much greater speed. That's one of the reasons why I'm involved with this sector. That was great. I need to disagree. Everything that you did before is extremely useful. Oh, that's left in the past. That's history. Well, on the other hand, I'm very happy to see that you're building new knowledge and your history to build the deep tech ecosystem. Gabrielle, tell us about your history. You're a biologist, and now you're administering the Pitanga Fund. So tell us about your background. You're not the investor, but you um, interact with individual investors. What's the connecting thread among these people? Thank you. First, I want to thank CNI for the invitation. Andre, it's an honor to be here with Anna, Horacio, Gabriel. As Anna said, I'm a biologist, and I decided to maybe not change, but add more elements to my education. I went to the MIT for an MBA, and one day I bumped into my scientific supervisor. He was starting a venture capital fund called Pitanga. And here I am today. I'm a manager, I'm an administrator of the Pitanga Fund. We are a venture capital investment firm focusing on radical technological innovation in deep tech. And we believe in the potential of Brazil and Latin America to create projects, high impact projects. We are here among scientists of extremely high quality. We have big companies that are relevant in markets that are intensive in R&D. We have abundant natural resources, the planet's biggest biodiversity. So by combining all of these elements, I think we can have our fair share in this global ecosystem of deep techs, leveraging our potentialities. At the same time, we are now experiencing an evolving ecosystem, and that's why we decided when creating Pitanga, we decided not to create a traditional venture capital fund, but rather to create something simpler and more adequate, more in line with our reality that's been evolving, but it's a different reality than the one that we see in more developed ecosystems. So what we agreed with our group of shareholders, we have 10 shareholders that are Brazilian successful entrepreneurs, several of them from CNI, including Guilherme Passos, Pedro Leal, and others. And what we decided to do with them was that we were going to set up a small, lean, inexpensive office, and we would be very carefully try to understand and identify projects in Latin America and in Brazil with a high growth potential. Super innovative companies in terms of technology with a big global market potential. And this is what we've been doing with strong teams, and preferably teams that are able to combine scientific knowledge with business knowledge. It's several different steps that are required for you to transition from science to the market. You need to understand to do the discovery science, but also you have to work with IP, regulation, market demands, distribution. I mean, you name it. You have to understand everything before you're able to build a successful big tech. So it's important to have this combination of competencies. And that's what we've been trying to do over the course of the last 14 years, trying to identify and support these projects. We analyzed more than 4,000 projects. We made our investments, and now we have a very lean portfolio with only two companies that we've invested in our portfolio. One of them, a company that started in Argentina called Satellogic, that creates land-based observation satellites. We invested in them in 2015, and we've been supporting them over the course of these years. We did several investment rounds up until 3 years ago. They went public in the U.S. stock exchange, and now they're doing great and working with extremely successful companies. So we're very excited and very happy with this story. We were able to support entrepreneurs that built a rocket science company in Latin America, and hopefully they're going to take over the world. And more recently, we made an investment in our second company in the portfolio, a Brazilian company called Lintex, which is trying to develop new therapies based on Brazil's biodiversity. And we led a seed investment round for them. We ended up co-investing in them with our investor, Guillermo Leal. And more recently, they captured more than $10 million for the Series A round, and they're on this long-term journey for the development of new therapies and medications, leveraging the true differentiator of Brazil, which is the wealth of our biodiversity, a huge library of differentiated molecules that could have an impact on the creation of different products for the global pharma industry.
In addition, we've been prospecting new projects actively. So we are expected to announce in a few weeks investment in the third company in our portfolio in biotechnology, agricultural biotechnology. And that's an area where we have a huge potential. We're also looking for new opportunities. So again, you can talk to me as I leave this panel. We're looking for companies to invest in them and to strengthen the ecosystem. I have a question to Horacio, but I think it makes more sense to talk about the following as you started talking about investing in companies. There was a study we conducted in 2022. It is called Investing in TPACs. So we had 21 investors at many types. And this is an extremely risky asset with technology content that is hard, or that investors say it's hard to evaluate. So when you consider entrepreneur profiles, that's another cause of concern. Scientists that have no contact with the market, for instance. So these investors, they usually go in after the technology is validated. But we wanted bridge this gap. So as you were mentioning the investment that was made, maybe you can talk about these two cases. Things are changing, of course. Maybe you can use these two cases to tell us what you need in the profile of this company that made you decide to invest. Well, the elements I mentioned before. So number one, technology competence, technological skills. Like with Nico, this is a very specific competence for developing drugs from Brazilian biodiversity. So they developed these skills working in the large industry. This team built that experience, built up experience from the international market. Like Cristiano worked 10 years in Pfizer. Then he joined Miller, a pharmacist, in a business development project, and they structured the radical innovation department of the Ache pharmaceutical. And they worked on the development of new therapies, drugs that were based on biodiversity. There are three large pharmaceutical companies that are supporting them. And then they felt at some point that outside the corporate environment, in a startup that belonged to them, they would have more leeway and the ability to do everything they wanted. That's when they decided to spin off. And that's when we connected with them. It's interesting to see that, well, this was not a fast decision, really cautious. Nintek's team, we met them when they were leaving Shea and setting up business. So we spent about a year and a half talking to them to understand what their proposal and also to contribute ideas to their R&D plan and what assets that what their targets were, what their business plan was, and how that investment round should be structured. So that was a lengthy process, and we were convinced that this team had very special skills, that they stood out from the crowd, a great market potential. That's when we decided to invest in them. But again, it's high risk investment. And it's hard to make a decision. There's this first phase, but then there's the need to structure how you allocate your capital in detail. It's not like give the money and you say go. No, it's not like this. We do exercise a lot of allocation discipline. Our philosophy is to invest as little as possible for companies to reach the next technology validation phase. You may want to ensure that this will be continuous, of course, that investment will be continuous. So you do some validation in a first phase, and then subsequently, but then there's always targets to be met for them to get subsequent capital. And that's an important point for us. And finally, the whole governance of the company. I was talking to Horacio before we got to this panel. We always invest in companies and we also participate in board of directors meetings so that we follow them up every 2 months so that really how companies can contribute. And also scientific committees. We also recommend representatives, and we do a great job. I participate in the committee of the board of directors, and Fernando Heineken in the scientific committee is a scientist, and he works in science and innovation. So this process, this works really well. And then we can ensure that projects remain with good discipline, and if they're not doing well, they're discontinued. That's also super important. Our committee works hard to achieve this. So this is a whole, a long-term journey that requires a lot of discipline and work and diligence to ensure that we are successful and that companies grow. Well, you brought up a very important concept. And that's systemic de-risking. So you evaluate and follow up companies and you look at them uh, integrating the team, technology, business, market, so that you manage the entire process and you show these things, how these things work in practice. Now, Horacio, you talked about this too when you first spoke, but there's one point here that I think is missing, and this was mentioned in the previous panel. You have, interest rates. It would be much more comfortable if your investment was applied to traditional assets. So why do you allocate part of your assets in risky projects? Well, let me tell you something. First, I've known Fernando Heineken for a long time. He's a great friend, as also part of the board of directors, Gabriel and others. Sometimes I complain. I say that too selective or meticulous, and I say there's too little investment. Let's speed this up. Come on, let's make this easier. And by the way, well, there's one more thing. You have three different investor categories. You have individuals. Individuals, of course, make decisions differently from family office investors and company investors. So individuals are more responsible for the results. You are more committed to faster result. You accept risk as part of your portfolio diversification process. But it may be not as fun, of course. And the good investor manual says you need to allocate your resources, your funds, in many different baskets. So startups, particularly for people like us, deep techs, are much more interesting. Now, family offices also focus on diversification, but they have a preconceived structure. So when family offices are, you have families, like one or two families, they define the fields they want to operate in and the demands they want. Some people want to work in flows and dividends, others want to focus on stocks, the price of the company down the road, and this changes the way I see things. Machiavelli says, God doesn't like those that make wars, wage wars, but they need to shoot. They like those that shoot well, and family offices need to shoot better than individuals. They have a greater level. They have more requirements, more demands, and you may have systemic factors that may disrupt their processes, and they will be more demanded family offices than individuals. And again, companies like mine, they should learn to work with startups and deep techs. We tried. We entered into associations with universities when professors, academics, and business people did not go well together. It was like water and oil. Business people thought that they should kill academics, and academics thought that business people they would engulf or abduct their brain mass. In addition, there's difficulty. Uh, so this relationship needs improving. So one thing is to get 300 million reals and invest that in research. That's okay. You have lots of PhDs there, but then you may miss opportunities. Also lose agility, and so you may up being concerned. And I mean, these new guys, they're much faster at decision making, and also uh, they act faster. So these three investor profiles need to do a better job. when you consider individuals and family offices and also companies, each investor profile has a different dynamic. At Brevocap, and this is a technology startup that is develops non-invasive sensors. We decided to talk to people. We created a group of people with Professor Mascarenhas, who's a genius and used his students to do research. And he took two of his students, and they persuaded a businessman that talked to half a dozen businessmen, and together they made it happen. We believe it's faster, it's faster when you talk to business people rather than companies. You need to consider all the details, and everyone is running away from what we call monochord investment, with the CDI at 14%, for instance. And that's the avenue of opportunities that I believe we should take. We need to work honestly in lobbying, or also, to talking to the government to facilitate processes. We need to involve important agents, like the minister mentioned, the development fund, and you have FNAP, you have the PASP Institute, you have lots of government agencies that should be involved. The government is a great partner. The government builds part of this country. The government makes us really progress. And I mean, leaving your money in the bank is not enough, and people are increasingly aware of this. I'm really optimistic about the possibilities of these startups, because I think their success rate will definitely improve. And deep techs that are involved in science, they will grow even more. You also have managers, when you think about this, that are really well organized and they're really competent. So this is no longer a venture or adventure. It is becoming a process or project. Oh, very good. So I think we are running out of time. Yeah, that sign is not exactly easy. Yeah, right. So I had more things to say, more questions to ask, but let me move on to your final remarks then. But I want to add some questions to these remarks. Gabriel and Horacio. Horacio will have a little more time. So the Genia, you can ask, make it a request to you, the Genia of the lab. So what, like for example, the 20% that unlock the other 80%, what do you think could be improved to make all these processes easier and we get more investment? How can you unlock investment ultimately? And finally, a piece of advice for those that want to invest. Well, if I can choose one, let me use the context of the CNI and of this conference and even stress what Horacio said and make it provoke our industry and our great corporations. When you look at well-developed ecosystems like in the US, Europe, and Asia, what is the role of corporations in innovation? They play a vital role. Large corporations that do R&D, they train people that will then set up spin-outs, spin-offs, and create successful startups, like the example I mentioned. So, and also all these large ecosystems, you have people like leaving SpaceX and setting up spatial startups. So this is one of the roles, but then you have many other roles. The role of being investors with their CVC arms, also being co-developers or developing, uh, helping them develop as partner, and finally, also ultimately to be the buyer of these startups because that makes the venture capital or the innovation ecosystem wheel run, spin. Without this, the ecosystem does not, this flywheel will not turn. And this is a great opportunity for the industry, for large companies. I feel that there's movement, there's momentum, and there's more exposure, there's more interest, but we need greater momentum. It's not just for up to on business people to do this, but that's great and a major change that is important for our deep tech segment. Horacio, what's your request to the Genie Eye? Well, people should build to the Genie. People should create important projects. There are many things that are tempting, that's so good, but people don't do this. Why am I doing this? So the question is why relevant projects should be built. It's crucial. Number two, I think that, I mean, this type of thing that we are doing here, this conversation, I know that we're talking, we're preaching to the converted, we're preaching to the choir, and we need to expand these conversations. Not only development agencies, fostering agencies, but also financial agents. They're helping raise funds. They can also help contribute uh, uh, to this process, and they can add additional resources to the system. So we should build a very clear agenda of the offices that can help. And if you do the right thing, you can unlock so much. So you should understand the logic of investors, of individuals, of companies, and also to create relevant programs. And I think then things will work really fine. We could be discussing this for hours, but you find these all these obstacles along the way. But I want to give you a high level vision. We cannot go deep, of course, in 40 minutes into this world. Thank you. Right. Thank you. So, in closing, it's undoubtful that this is a crucial topic if you want to unlock investment. And it's not just about a lack of capital, but rather to understand the field, to have a good strategy, to talk less of risk and more of uncertainty management, and also to better coordinate capital, not only money, but also intellectual capital for the whole development chain. Yes, it's like we're all engaged, but we're not married. We need to get married. That's right. Let's keep being the matchmaker here. Thank you. I hope this is not the first time. I mean, it was not the first with Horacio, but I think we need to discuss this much further. Oh, great. Thank you. Let's make it happen. Thank you so much to the speakers. And now request the other speakers to be kind enough to keep track of time so that the other panels are not harmed. Now we have someone for his to present the pitch of his startup, and that's the CEO and founder of LegalBot. And this is Alexandre Bess. Mr. Bess, the floor is yours. Hello, everyone. Thank you and good morning. Thank you very much for coming. So it's great that I can talk about what we've been developing. I'm the founder and CEO of LegalBot. LegalBot is a company that was born as a heavy tech. In this, we focused on solving a specific problem for a specific sector, but following or complying with legislation and regulation. Although this is a peripheral problem, it affects everyone, all industries. At the beginning, 10 years ago, it became clear to us that it was hard to address the complexity of regulations. That's why we developed a whole platform that could capture and structure and analyze and distribute and manage this for every company. What we didn't know at the time, that this problem was much deeper and that it affected many more sectors than we imagined. In these all throughout these years, rather than a leg tech, we became a deep tech. We, the co-founder and I, we have postdocs in this. This is a very complex problem. It's not only a local problem. When you see this, when you come to think of it, you see that it affects a great slice of the GDP. And what, in our view, this is not considered for the development of our country. So we provide services to the whole world. Japan, and I go to American congresses. I went to the Organization of American States to talk about this problem. And I think we are currently at a point of inflection when you consider the dynamics, the speed of things, and the new regulations that are coming up. There's only there's not only the need for efficiency and reducing costs and having greater control, but this has become a whole strategy in itself. There are many organizations that are being founded with a greater market capital value, and then you have new markets and new regulation. So that creates opportunity for everyone. Currently, we serve not only companies, but also we provide regulatory impact analysis. We need technology that helps us think about a new policy and how this will impact the sector. So today we work together with regulatory agencies. We develop strategies. And what is the impact, for example, Petrobras? That's an interesting case to discuss. We're not a startup with a single product, one fits all. That does not work like this. We have few but great clients, the largest in Brazil. We know this type of product or demand that we have, like with Petrobras and other financial institutions. All these companies, they need technology that meets their needs. We have a platform that adjusts to their needs. In this feature that we have made such good compliance with Petrobras. We've been working together for a few years, and you might know the Conexões para Inovação, Connections for Innovation program. It's the most mature, the most robust program I know for innovation with Petrobras in Brazil. That's how we got there about 4 years ago. So there was this demand for regulatory analysis, and we understood as we started there. We had a whole year onboarding, and we made it clear that we could play a great role and make a difference. To give you an idea, we have 5 different parallel fronts. So our project, Conexões para Inovação, Connections for Innovation, let us develop a very mature level with a lot of trust with corporations. There's the way that we work, and the process is so broad that this symbiosis or partnership is a great discussion. We have strategic projects developing, reading regulations, analyzing markets, and they know exactly the tasks that are needed. So this project or process with Petrobras was extremely successful because we were really mature in the type of work that we do. the services we provide and that we're very open and adaptable to their own needs. Now, I'll be very brief, of course, as you asked us. We should not, exceed our time. So, thank you. I'm here at your disposal if you have any questions. By the way, this technology can help all organizations that are associated with the CNI. So, if we look out of Brazil, why not look more, into Brazil? Thank you. Thank you. AI has an impact on industrial processes, logistics, agriculture, and healthcare. Brazilian entrepreneurs have been developing solutions for challenges that are for Brazil in developing proprietary technology, contributing to productivity and the development of new products. So, what solutions are already in place? So, how can you scale that up? To answer these questions, we invite the executive director of UFG, Thelma Soares, University of Goiás, and then the CEO of Traction, Igor Marinelli, and the CEO of BioLinker, Mana Oliveira. Thank you. Enjoy your discussion. Good morning, everyone. This panel has a great responsibility. In the next 30 minutes we have, and we should not exceed the time we were given, and we'll try to answer these questions and discuss the importance and complexity of these processes in Brazil for us to develop AI and also to achieve this. I have people that one comes from a university. Igor came from the garage with solutions, and they're producing the Brazilian AI, real Brazilian AI. Mana founded BioLinker. She was on maternity leave at the time, right? She has a PhD in biochemistry from the University of Sao Paulo and also in nanotechnology. She has a double certificate. And she created this technology that helped us produce recombinant protein 10 times faster than traditional protein producing processes, recombinant protein processes. And she's presenting the solution not only to the domestic market, but also internationally. So Igor Marinelli founded Traction in 2019 with two other friends to try to predict failure of industrial machines before they happen. So Traction is worth more than 4 billion reals. It's among the top 50 AI companies in the world, according to Forbes. And it creates more than 50% of its income in Brazil. It's the Brazilian company that is on Forbes. And I'm Thelma Soares. I'm director of the Center in Excellence in AI in the University of Goiás, and we produce solutions, Brazilian AI solutions to the Brazilian industry as a whole, trying to drive or boost our ecosystem, and also to build this bridge between universities and the industry. And in this context, in this panel will be is extremely relevant.
So, when we talk about Brazilian AI for Brazilians, we run the risk of saying, well, this is just a slogan or marketing. So, what we mean is we want to develop technology in Brazil, not necessarily to remain in Brazil, but developing it in Brazil means creating solutions that are capable of making good use of our complexity of our ecosystem and applying that to the specificities of the entire market. So, based on your experience with biotechnology and industrial operation, what was the Brazil differentiator that appears more concretely in your solutions? I'll start with Mona. Well, in the case of biotechnology, and here's a subject where Brazil is by far a winner at a global level. And also in terms of biodiversity, Brazil is the country with the highest number of biomes. Around 20% of the global biodiversity is here in Brazil, and we use that. When we set up BioLink focusing on a deep tech, biotech focusing on genetic engineering, we started accumulating data about these proteins. And currently, according to publicly available data, it's 0.2% of all of the proteins in the world. And by proteins, I mean viruses, plant protein, animal protein, funguses, fungi, bacteria, everything that's alive, and also synthetic proteins, proteins that are built when we're able to understand the DNA structure. And this is a growing area, not only for health, but for food, cosmetics, and agribusiness. It's also growing ahead of a series of other things. And Brazil is a birthplace of information. If we have 20% of the genetic materials of living beings on the planet, we have the world's biggest genetic library. And that's not sequenced. We are just starting with initiatives. BioLink is one of the very few companies focusing on producing different proteins. When we started setting up this genetic database last year, that's when we started with artificial intelligence. And this is a big differentiator for the world because this is very valuable. And the forest is still standing. Nothing's going to be extracted from it. It's just information. Well, it's very interesting absorbing this biodiversity of Brazil to produce solutions. And Igor, what was that like for attraction? This Brazilian diversity and the complexity of the Brazilian ecosystem and the industry. What's the differentiator? Developing AI in Brazil is like a street race with obstacles and holes and glass shards on your way. In the United States, they have the best pavement and they're competing with Olympic conditions. But I truly believe that the best thing in Brazil are Brazilians. We do not have a talent shortage problem. We have a market related problem. It's not related to talent. The University of Sao Paulo actually trains more PhDs than the University of California. However, these talents are running on improper pavement. And when you find when these talents meet resources, and by resources I mean money, bringing dollars from abroad to Brazil, well, that becomes a magical combination because with that, Brazil has adversity elements that transform problems into opportunities. So there's a diversity of international companies that are coming to Brazil due to lack of diversity in the US. And you see different regional accents, for instance, when you're talking to a chatbot, that's an opportunity to some entrepreneurs. And what you see is that if Brazilians allow themselves to dream more, dream big, if we dreamed of having a technology that could serve the entire world, uh, well, the fact that we have a more or less big market makes us kind of comfortable, not wanting to create something for the world, but it's totally possible to create something for the world. That's been proven by Embraer and VEG itself. And we need more cases of um, technology being exported. So we should not rest on our laurels, but this flexibility and the diversity of talent, they create solutions where the opposite is true. They apply here because it's the worst pavement possible, and they also apply to other countries. Connectivity, for instance, how difficult it is uh, to establish an IoT network in Brazil. There's every adversity possible. In some places you need satellites. Some places you have to rely on solar, 3G, 4G, 5G. Whereas abroad, 4G is only in rural areas and 3G is dead. So it's very easy to get there and play with the level of adversity that we find here. And this is one of the things that makes this so interesting. Interesting. You talked about um, making money outside of Brazil. And, well, I have a provocation. We're talking about Brazilian AI, but Traction, 50% of its revenue comes from abroad. And BioLinker started abroad. So, what really makes your solution something Brazilian? Is it the fact that you built it in Brazil, or well, BioLinker solves a global problem, and I think the same thing applies to Traction. Even though we were born in Brazil, and this idea was born during my PhD abroad, I validated it with investors abroad, but at the end of the day, Brazil embraced it. It's a fully Brazilian company, and it creates some deadlocks. This is good. It's a fully Brazilian company. The IP that we developed over the course of this period is here. However, Brazil does not yet make profound investments in its deep tax. And as a strategy to survive, even though you may have the best technology, because it's not always the best technology that wins, and not having the most powerful product. You need to have the best network, the best pavement, the best coaching. The network you're in, the environment, the ecosystem, all of that helps you be a company with a global impact. And I understand that BioLinker needs to become a global company and start catering to the international problems, but also to have a headquarter abroad to deal with these investors that are thirsty for these technologies. It's a totally different level. Having a conversation with these investors abroad than the conversations we have over here. The incentive that they offer, well, that's sad because, as you said, the level of talents we have and what we do with our resources, you know, if you are able to win here, you can win anywhere. It's a huge differentiator of companies in Brazil. And this is what strengthens me, knowing and understanding that with this team, we're able to solve a global problem. If you were setting up a company in Mexico for the world, it wouldn't work as well as a company born in Brazil for the world. Brazil has every type of economy, every type of industry. It's really pulverized. It ranges from cellulose, paper, to oil and gas, to automotive industry. It covers a huge production range. If you look at Mexico, 50% is uh, food and beverage, and the other 50% is the car uh, plants. But here we created resistance for the internal market that made Brazil very interesting. However, you can't do it without money. Brazilians are such underfinanced talents that it's really sad. The founder of NVIDIA said that each one of his talents, his engineers, cost $500,000 a year, and they get $500,000 in credit per year. And half of their paycheck comes from these credits, and the other half is the infrastructure that NVIDIA is providing them with. And our investors' base is 95% American. The economic plan competes against innovation. I don't know what you think about the interest rate, but it's simply uh, innovation math. There's something Arasa said. You can't change it if you don't change culture. But if you leave your money in the bank, it will yield 18%. I know that that's anti-innovation. It's a strategy that you use to contain innovation, and that's one of the risks that we're running. So it's not a problem of talent, it's a problem of access to capital, and it's a problem of comfort of local entrepreneurship. And there's a culture of entrepreneurs, and the Brazilian technology restricted to Brazil. It only works here, and you get comfortable, because the market is going to get you to a certain level. But think again, if you had a company in Colombia, you wouldn't have the same opportunity. In Israel, you wouldn't have the same opportunity. In no European country would you have the same opportunity due to the fact that the local market does not allow you. So when they're born, they start thinking about how to sell to other countries and how to set up a structure around that. Well, that's really interesting. You said that there's a huge diversity of Brazilian market. I'd like to take a deeper dive into that subject. We have an extremely diverse market. Speaking of manufacture, we have a diverse manufacturer chain in different sectors, different areas. And that's something that doesn't happen everywhere. You, so you think that was a differentiator to allow the company to be where it is now? Definitely. From the perspective of traction, the fact that we develop a technology that we're actually meters away from where we are now. Our 10,000 square meter lab is meters away from us now, and that's where we develop things. We have 57 patents published where? In the United States. It's impossible to publish a patent in INPE. In the United States, all of our patents, we publish them and they're granted in a year, less than 12 months. The patent we published there 5 years ago is still being assessed by INPE locally. So yeah, it's crazy. intellectual property, our own intellectual property, was out. But again, we're going to work with facts. We're going to be optimistic about that. You can do it. You can dream big. And you can definitely compete in the global market if you set up a structure whereby you attract the best talents, PhDs, and you invest in research, masters, degrees, PhDs. All research is completely irrelevant or relevant as long as they become products. In our case, the fact that we had access to any type of machine and industry, and we're able to study that. And we do reverse engineering of our lab. We buy bearings, motors, HVACs, and we create failure data sets. We stress them. We've broken thousands of SKF bearings to create these failure data sets before it happens with our clients, because even though we have 250,000 machines, more than 300 billion audio hours from machines and ultrasound, so that generates data. But I was not, if I was not able to see the entire failure cycle of a machine, so you can't expect to train that with your clients. So I had to do that. That's interesting. Another point, and we've seen that with startups capturing resources abroad, and with the FX rate itself, you can do a lot more. So you talked about the NPI. I think that the area where BioLinker is positioned has a very strict regulatory demands. Having labor impediments in Brazil, do you think that that could be an advantage for the external market? Well, I'm regulated by the firemen, the civil police, the federal police, by the army. And I recently received a message from the military army of the United States, because I work with DNA. And I thought, well, this can't be right. Will the American army regulate us as well? It's extremely regulated, this sector. And there's also the National Council of Biosecurity, CTN Bio. That's the first level, and then come the other uh, police levels. All of that before you get to Anvisa or the Ministry of Agriculture, and some certifications, the standard certifications, ISO certifications, which are required for labs. So what I think is, well, that becomes a huge entry barrier, especially for our competitors. So much so that our competitors are all abroad. We do have competitors in the academia. There are some initiatives with startups, incubation, but they do not have all of those regulations. And sometimes we end up complying with them. And especially when it comes to biotech in Brazil, that's something very hard, prototyping products in this area, which is the capex you need to have in terms of infrastructure, regulation, so that if the product, especially if you're working with proteins and biological drugs, you're going to need fully certified labs for your prototypes, for your clinic and preclinical tests. This is very capital intensive, so it's an adult's game. not a $100,000 game, but talking about games that start with $2 to $5 million for pre-clinics. And this is something that's done by several investors abroad, and having these predefined infrastructures. We evolved a lot. BioLink's been around for 7 years. When we started 7 years ago, this was a desert, Uh, we started it from scratch, from beginning to end. So it's really improving. It's getting better. And Visa recently created um, bidding processes for the regulatory processes, and discussions are ongoing. And many discussions will stop there at the discussion level. We need execution to happen. Okay, let's set up a lab. Let's certify it. Let's at least have the CPN bio so that we can have prototyping spaces, as is the case with Harvard, Stanford. I visited several labs in the United States, investors that have their own labs. They give you a check, put you inside the lab abroad, and we need that here in the industries that require this much regulation. So we're lagging behind in terms of structuring, so that entrepreneurs leave the academia and are able to prototype their projects they were working with in their PhDs in research conditions, so that they can advance securely, because this is a product that requires security. We're talking about injecting things in people. We're not talking about something out there. We need it. But there's one thing, I don't know if you saw, if you read in the news very briefly, there's this chat GPT engineer that designed a messenger RNA to vaccinate his dog, and he used an academic lab. Of course, you can design something, but you have to get it produced somewhere. And in Brazil, producing that kind of thing is difficult because there's only a few places where you're going to be able to produce something. But, it's very interesting to see this power that's starting to grow with AI in terms of decentralizing the development of biomolecules. And he injected the microRNA that he developed in his dog, and the tumor shrunk. This shows us the potential of decentralizing these tools and also breaking the regulation. Who regulates that? You can inject that in yourself or other people. What about the ethics? Well, there is a lot of discussion around that. We're almost out of time, but you mentioned several aspects related to these difficulties of working in Brazil. But before we wrap up, um, what was your biggest challenge in the process of development in Brazil? What is required to change this? Starting with you, Mona. We saw that Brazil has a huge potential, but what's missing? What needs to change? I think this is going to be redundant. We definitely need the sandbox. We need capital, specialized capital that allows us to do this. There's only a few funds that invest in deep techs, always pre-seed and seed funds, early stages. So you're not able to advance in Brazil with domestic technology. We don't have the full capital chain yet. And over here, you have it to divide capital by 5. Capital over here is lower. And I think that's an extremely important thing. In sandboxes, especially in biotech, we need to involve the university intellectual capital for this extremely important segment. I mean, members of the academia need to learn to become entrepreneurs. I've come from a very traditional background. Chemistry, the Chemistry Institute, one of the very few entrepreneurs that came from the Institute. It's a very renowned institute. You have lessons on how to publish an article, but you don't have lessons, lectures on how to create a deep deck or a patent. Well, why not? Why don't we teach that in Brazil? We don't see that in our PhD courses. That would be extremely important to show us the reality of biotech, not something that's totally unrelated to what you're learning. This is a provocation. This is much easier than attracting investors or building labs. It's right around the corner. Well, we need to use this forum to win a global race. We've lost the aerospatial race. We've lost the LLM race, the GPU race. We don't have any language model that's truly transformational created in Brazil. We didn't even have the infrastructure over here. And why not? If our matrix is so robust, but the data center infrastructure was not there to allow us to do that. But I think that we need to take action in the next CNI. You have to go through a turnstile to require you to write a check. I can start with a $100,000 check, a very small one, but at least we're going to take 10 startups and accelerate that. So our perspective is positive about people. We do have the people. That's reassuring. We can do it if we have the people. Of course, it would be hard if we didn't have the people. When people ask me if going to university is still important, I think it's even more important with all this technology and Gen Z now going to the labor market. University, higher education is the main training ground for resilience and where talents happen. You can't do it without it. We have hundreds of amazing universities. That's one of the things that Brazil does best, this talent hub. Otherwise, there would be no Traction or VEG or Embraer.
That was great. We're almost done here. Of course, we try to change this situation, especially the entrepreneurial perspective. So you need a bachelor's degree in AI now. And we should also study entrepreneurship. We're wondering why just the end? Why not do it at the beginning? What should people be studying at university? What are the courses they should be doing? And also promote partnerships with companies in this experience with the market. So I agree with Mana when she said that we still need to have our researchers understand that research is not for the university alone, and that this knowledge should be used to build new business. Let me just advertise Embryo. We have 94 new units that are generating results with Embryo. So you can go to universities, research labs that are benchmark and have been validated in some way or another and have investment there. So it's not free money. It will be co-investment for the development of a solution. This is, I think, a good solution for Brazilian entrepreneurs. Of course, it won't solve all of our investment problems, but it will be really extremely helpful in innovation. And when you talk about venture capital in Brazil, it should be used. And now on AI and its regulation in biotech, the current moment is one of regulating AI activities, and this needs further discussion before anything is approved. Otherwise, we may create a great obstacle. We want Brazil to take part in this global race and take off. So thank you, Rigor and Mona. This was a great conversation. We're together. Uh, we need to further discuss these topics and the opportunity of building AIs in Brazil. Thank you for this great conversation. And the growth of deep techs requires right structuring, funding, and scaling up of solutions. Angel investment, venture clienting, venture capital, corporate venture capital. You need to decrease the gaps between research prototyping and industrial scale. So how can you organize this path consistently in Brazil, considering all the specificities of our country? In order to answer this question or challenge, if you will, I invite the CEO of Ahead Ventures, Eduardo Sperling, then the CEO of N7 Ventures, Adolson Silva, and the CEO of Vesper Biotechnologies, Gabriel Botto. So you're kindly requested to come on stage, enjoy your panel. Good morning, everyone. I'm Adilson. I'm CEO of N7 Ventures, and this is a venture builder focusing on the development of GPACs and also helping companies to understand about our GPACs ecosystem and also venture capital funds. So thank you. Thank you, Gabriel. So let's discuss this trail of GTech business development. So what is the best path or trail? What should we do to be more effective and help our deep techs? Let's have a round of introductions. Edu, can you start? Well, first, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. I'm Eduardo Sperling, and today I'm working at Ahead Ventures. We specialize in corporate venture capital. We help corporations to conceive, structure, and manage their corporate venture capital funds as well as venture capital funds. Our history is again closely linked to deep tax. It's an honor to be here and learn from you. Thank you. Now, Gabriel. Well, it's a great honor to be here too. It's a pleasure to be able to share this conversation with you. I'm Gabriel. I'm president, CEO, and founder of Vesper biotechnologies. We focus on advanced biotechnology. We're located in the state of Santa Catarina in Florianopolis. We'll be discussing learnings on this journey. Right, so let's start going deep into the topic. We are aware of the whole background and the opportunities that are out there in deep techs in Brazil, and also the challenges that we face. We know that macroeconomic situation is not exactly favorable. The cost of opportunity is high because we have high interest rates, so that's not favorable. We know the difficulty there is in training scientific uh, business people. There's a fragmentation of options. If deep techs, they need to find the best option. They need to learn to choose and that which is more effective. So my first question to the panel is the following. The market has a rather linear view on deep tech development, initial investment, deep tech development, and growth. But that's not that linear. So my question to you is, in your view, today in Brazil, is there an ideal path? What is it? What would you like to comment about this? Maybe you could start, Eduardo. Oh, right. So linear paths only exist after you look back and find your narrative. Only then do they become linear. It's not like this in practice. In fact, you get frustrated. Entrepreneurs get frustrated when they think that, okay, I'll get some angel investment, venture capital, and they think they will follow a single route to success. It's not like this, especially for deep techs. And I need to be totally transparent with you. We're still building potential successful paths for deep techs in Brazil. And that includes many options, many uh, parallel enterprises, angel investment, partnerships with corporations, venture capital, and we will discuss for what situations these types are adequate, and also all investment fostering agencies and so on and so forth. It's still a puzzle, a jigsaw puzzle that needs to be built to replicate, to repeat foreign models, foreign playbooks that we may even idealize. Things would be so much easier abroad. It's not like this, and Gabriel can give us some feedback on this. That's not an obvious, simple path either. My message then is that we are taking these routes, and entrepreneurs need to do this too, finding the one that's the most feasible for them. Gabriel? Well, I think this is one of the major themes of the entire Congress, of this conference in this area. I don't know if everyone agrees, but the what we saw yesterday and today, the major question is how can you change or transform advanced innovation in deep techs? How can we transform that, translate that into real opportunities? How we make them become high impact business? You talk about the ecosystem, the importance of challenges, economic, financial, regulatory challenges. But the greatest point is how can you put everything up together, gather all the details and solve problems? There's no silver bullet for us. And in this conversation, I think that the challenge we faced at Vesper was exactly this. I'm an engineer. I belong to a slightly different world from biotechnology, but I joined it because 6 years ago I had a
niece that had metastatic cancer. So I changed my life. I wanted to solve, uh, very serious problems. My niece survived. It was almost like a miracle, and it changed my mind deeply. I wanted to use my time to solve problems, real problems. So venture tech was a began as a battle for solving child cancer. So programming cells rather than computers was such a great challenge. And then after doing that, we also moved on and started working in agriculture. So we have therapies for diseases that remain without treatment, and also for highly disruptive technology in agriculture. And we have one speaker who will talk about agriculture innovation. Now, when we started at Vesper, we wanted to invest in companies that already existed, but then uh, we realized we couldn't find a pipeline. Today, in Brazil, we have great universities with great researchers, but that's a really race in which the baton falls on down in the middle of the race because the private initiative does not understand this or does not invest enough because they don't understand. They have a perception of too much risk. So we looked at companies, those that got FINAP and FAPAS grants when they went to the private sector, they did not have private capital. And so they would be too sluggish. So the current ecosystem in Brazil is too fragmented, and companies that reduce their real innovation because they do that which can pay the bills. So we created a venture, a VB model. Let's invest in scientists. The companies we wanted to create were not there yet. Let's invest in scientists. Those that ask me, I say, we do mining, but rather than mining metals, we mine brains. We want to find really disruptive scientists and support them along the way. My, I believe the major problem is not capital, it's not money, and it's neither public nor private money. The point or the challenge is a model. You need to create a model. We are using the model that we inherited from software as a service, and that's how you. If you do this, you'll lose money. If you have a scientist in an accelerator, you will lose money. The conventional model does not work for deep techs. This needs changing. This is exactly what needs changing. So we started with our first cases. We started making the wheel turn because we start proving that the model will yield investment, return on investment, and then we can scale up. We can talk about this later. Well, let me take the cue from this topic and Gabriel before we turn it over to Edu. Vesper has a model that's very close to investment. How do you see the role of a venture builder, of a scalable model? How scalable is it? How do you see this in Brazilian reality? Has technology been really successful for you? How have you been scaling up that model in Brazil? Well, my greatest experience is in biotechs. So I'll talk about my knowledge, my experience, but I'll try to extrapolate this to other areas where you work and I don't. So just correct me if I'm wrong along the way. My father is a Beatles fan. He's 73. And when I explain to him what Vesper does, I say, you're the fifth Beatle. Without the fifth Beatle, the others, they wouldn't be that successful. So the idea is that if you wait for a scientist that created something that's unheard of, unprecedented in the world, and this is our prerequisite, right? We want things, problems that haven't been solved. We're not tropicalizing technology. We want to create things that are as disruptive as you find in Israel or Egypt, wherever. So when you do everything you need, you might you cannot wait for the right conditions all the time. And these scientists are not a software entrepreneur either. scientists are much more similar to artists today. So what have we done? We decided to support scientists, but not tell them what to do. Rather than telling them what to do, they don't need another scientist next to them. Scientists, they need people to do what they cannot do. They don't have the skills or patience to do. So let's do investment structure, finance, internationalization, intellectual property. Let's work on this to solve or overcome these bottlenecks that scientists don't usually do. This is why we created a venture building model. We're not telling them what to do. We want to do things for them. So just take their hands, roll up our sleeves, and get into work with them. And that's a great question that you asked. How can you scale that up? You cannot scale up with 50 companies at once. So the deep tech model of 40, 50 companies, it does not work in this model in principle. We cannot delegate many of these roles because they require a lot of knowledge and expertise. This is why this is a boutique company. Vesper worked with 8 companies. We invested 225 million reals in projects with 17 international patents. But we cannot do this with many companies. But we have so many good people in Brazil. We have a critical mass of great professionals in Brazil. And this is something I'd like to share. The pyramid of Brazilian science is much smaller than a pyramid you find in the US, in China, or Israel. When you go from the worst to the best. But this pyramid is aligned by the tips. In other words, the best in Brazil are as good as the best scientists abroad. So where are these people? How can we support them and help them scale up? The right model is to create a playbook for the things that you do, the things you focus on. This is why we focus on a niche in biotech. We don't do everything. We do very specific things, and we have our own playbook to achieve this. As a result, you may have many venture builders in Brazil focusing on different niches. And this will make the wheel turn. This is the model. We have many venture builders. Every venture builder will have its own expertise. Thank you, Gabriel. Now, when you think about non-venture capital, corporate venture capital, when you think about what's the role of venture capital, how does it add to deep tech trajectories in Brazil? Venture capital, in my opinion, can add a lot. However, it's not the only way for startups. Not all startups should seek venture capital investment. Not necessarily the best investor. Venture capitalists will help companies that with capital, they will provide capital and also relationships. In other words, they will connect you to the market and shorten these connections of credibility in the market. Will make that simpler. This is very important for startups, for companies. And those startups that want to raise or work in venture capital, they need a model that's fully scalable, that can be multiplied many times. Not all companies need to be a unicorn. You may have a great company, but not necessarily one that will be huge. So you should understand who's the right partner, how can add to your business. An important thing for venture capitalists is stage funding. So you invest in seed stage, in Series A, B, or C until the company becomes independent. One of the greatest bottlenecks we have, and I'll be discussing this down the road, you need a whole and complex, a thorough investor chain. We may develop many programs to help in the seed stage, invest in many seed stage startups with lots of investment. But then how can you support these companies in the remaining of their journeys and remain, of course, successful? How can you remunerate the entire investor chain and attract new investors. So this investor chain is one of our greatest bottlenecks. Now, corporate venture capital solves, in my opinion, another problem. It can contribute to deep tax than the agnostic deep venture capital. Venture capital investors, they do not have the mission of developing innovation in Brazil or contributing to national competitiveness. Rather than that, these investors, they want to become partners of the company and help them for 4 or 5 years, and sell their share, their stake, and get as much profit as possible. Now, with corporate venture capital, you have a different dimension. You add a new dimension in other supporting capacity. Companies like Embraer or Petrobras or even other companies. We have many different corporate venture capital examples. They're also looking for a window for these super motivated entrepreneurs are doing at the frontiers. Startups, they don't have financial capital or even human capital, not as much as a large corporation, of course, but they're 100% totally focused on solving a problem with a great cost of opportunity for entrepreneurs. They're really betting their lives, their dreams. And this cannot happen in a corporation. You cannot motivate your employees like that. So you get the contribution of these highly motivated brains to your core business. So corporate venture, when you understand how the market works and the technology that these deep techs work in, what you can achieve is to help reduce risk with full contribution to the startups. Some corporate venture programs, they reduce the cost of startups by sharing infrastructure and also much richer market connections in the market. And then setting up a good corporate venture program is extremely hard. Even the best CVC programs do not survive, for example, management changes in a corporation or high interest rates. But if these programs are well applied, I'm convinced this will be a great path for deep techs to develop and also reduce risk and become more successful. That's so good. Now, taking the cue from this corporate venture capital, my experience at Braskem, at a time, there was a fund and a system that was reasonably sophisticated for open innovation and also deep tech innovation. So we realized that in spite of that, and all the investment that was made, the connection of the fund with the company was not a trivial thing. And one thing that CVC can do, in addition to smart money, is also the possibility of having proofs of concept in the corporation. And in theory, your investor group will remain aligned to your strategy. A mechanism that helped at the time is when we developed a venture client in the company. So with this model, you are sure of what you're looking for, that you're looking for the right solutions to your business with those startups, and you capture or manage this pain in a very structured way with a linear relationship with the startups, with a service provision agreement. And also you can do and follow up proofs of concept much more effectively. And this is linked to corporate venture capital solutions. So then it becomes really powerful because the likelihood of adoption is much higher, and because it will really generate a great impact on the company, and it can then scale up. So for companies, in this is really important. It's good for startups as well, in addition to large corporations. And then the point, I mean, what is the role of private capital and public capital in this investment journey? I want Gabriel to talk about this too. So, what is the right moment to use each type of capital? Oh, good. I worked with some funds that were anchored by Brazil's National and Economic Development Bank, BNDES. The point was to help or encourage the market to invest in the largest, greatest Brazilian entrepreneurs. Without BNDES and FINEP, we would be lagging behind. These are heroes in the ecosystem. Having said that, I believe the role of public agents, they should focus on capital efficiency and try to capitalize on private sector initiatives or capitalize on the interest of the private sector. So there's one initial part in which you need a lot of patience to face run risks because you're developing foundational research. And to this end, public capital is crucial. Now, when it comes to startups, setting up a fund with only public capital, then your range will be too small. So if you can also support other market initiatives that are investing in startup, it will be more capital efficient. So you can allocate your resources, your funds there, because in this case, we'll be making this connection with private capital and the market. These companies will depend on other investors. They cannot live from this, BNDES or any other government fund. So the earlier you're connected to other investors, the greater the likelihood of success and also capital efficiency. And finally, there's an angle or a perspective here for corporate venture capitalists. When you consider we have the possibility of managing the Embraer fund with a lot of learning. It's the 10th year of the fund. So I believe that public capital that we have there, BNDES and FINAP, it provided solidity in governance for the fund. And that's something that corporate venture capital really lack. So if you can support these funds, these initiatives as an incentive mechanism with branded capital models, that makes a lot of sense to me, and it seems to work, more broadly than specific funds. Of course, have their own merit, but again, I consider 10, 12 companies rather than working on a larger ecosystem. Okay, Gabriel? I think Eduardo said everything that was needed. Maybe I could add that in addition to you have investment capital, of course, and also capital from economic subsidy. That's also very relevant in this universe, the first TRLs, right? And that's exactly as I said before, the ecosystem is growing more mature. In other words, people now understand what deep tech is, how it can manage and invest in deep techs. And although this is not totally aligned yet, we have some problems, some defects, some things that need adapting. Even the formats that we create, we need to make sure that this capital reaches biotechs. If you have a scientist with a disruptive idea, we have one example of, and this is Tatiana Sampaio.
Scientists like these often don't have access to FinApp's capital. There are requirements that prevent the startups from having this type of access. There are relevant changes. We sent them a letter with several signatures. So I think that there's the role of economic funding, and on the other hand, like he said, it's a race in the private world. We bring the expertise of investors. It's smart money, literally. Even if we had access to capital only through BNDES, we still bring private investors from abroad because of their expertise in terms of international transactions and management. Great. We have 3 more minutes, and I'd like to get our last question, the closing question. So, what should we focus on in this scenario? What do we have to do to start seeing this improvement in your perspective? What should we focus on first in order to have results first? Well, number one, we've been working on that, which is to connect agents. We have a lot of fragmented knowledge. It's not like we have to leave this event and go different ways. So, what adaptations do we have to make? Listening to people who experience the challenges of creating a deep tech. So, it's all about connecting, for one. And with connection, we can understand what the required changes are, and for abundant capital to get where it needs to get, because it doesn't happen. And we need to finance a radical innovation in Brazil. Brazil invests a lot of money in infrastructure. We're setting up beautiful infrastructure for vaccines and drugs. It's fantastic, and it should be done. And we need to be proud of that. But we're not yet looking at radical innovation. Radical innovation is a molecule that could be worth more than $30 billion. How do we do that in Brazil? Well, that needs to be connected. That's where I'd start. The moment we start unlocking and creating big cases, this is a company that Monsanto bought 15 years ago. We need to have more examples like this and prove to to Faria Lima that this is a great investment, that this is not an academia theory that will take 20 years to produce returns. I think that we have to strengthen the chain of investments in Brazil so that we can build a great case history to compensate investors and attract more investors to run these risks. How do we connect to that? I think we have a great example with the new IT law that allows for some specific niches for corporations to invest in corporate venture capital funds. And I think that this uh, should help the construction of big cases, and we should work to try to bring the pension funds back to the venture capital market. And they're the biggest investors. They are fully outside of the investment funds class. And this is not connected to the deep tax. So adieu, Gabriel. Our panel is over. Thank you for your participation. Thanks for the conversation. Thank you for yet another excellent panel. So I want you to be here for the ceremony for the awards. I've seen several people that are in the corridors, and we have 59 finalists. So I'd like to invite you for 4:30 p.m. today. For our next panel, Brazil has a strong integration between agricultural and industrial integration. The application of advanced technologies could improve productivity, traceability, and efficiency. Integration across industries and agriculture is a strategic factor for the technological development. How can we consolidate this integration based on scientific innovation? Let's now invite to the stage the CEO of Symbiotech, Armanda Bertolazzi. Salmatino Innovation Specialist, Daniela Chinofonte, and the CEO of Inglês Bio, Paulo Arruda. Great to have you. The stage is yours. Have a great discussion. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank CNI and our colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity. Our conversation today will revolve around a very important subject. It's at the core of digital transition, climate transition, which is the symbiosis between agriculture and the industry. Brazil has unique assets. We have a huge biodiversity and technical and scientific competency, global scale agriculture, but combining all that and turning that into competitive advantage requires profound changes. Startups and deep techs have a very important role in this process in that they bring technology and sustainability and deliver productivity and efficiency. I'll start with a brief presentation by Amanda Bertolazzi. She's the CEO of Symbiotech. Paulo is the CEO of Inglês Bio, and they're the leaders of this agenda, and will tell us how these initiatives are born, how they're scaled, the difficulties, and I think that at the end of the day, the idea is for us to have a strategic, practical conversation and how we'll be and discuss how we'll be able to put Brazil at the center of the conversation. I'm Daniela Chinofonte. I'm an innovation specialist of Samachinho. I've been at the company for 11 years, and it's from this perspective that I'm going to conduct the panel. Now I'll give you the floor. Please introduce yourself, tell us about your journey, and tell us when you noticed that your technologies had a potential to impact the future of the industry. Well, first, I'd like to thank you and thank you for the opportunity to be here at this conversation and tell you about my experience. I'm a biologist. I did my master's and PhD at UNICAB, a postdoc in the UK, and I've always been interested in cutting edge science. I was responsible for the Genoma da Fatesp program, one of the founders of Applied Genomics, the first advanced biotechnology company in Brazil, a company that, as Gabriel said in his previous presentation, a company that was acquired by Monsanto in 2008. And I created several research centers at the university, at Unicamp, focusing both on agriculture and health. And what's always motivated me is to do cutting edge research, innovation, as Gabriel called it, radical innovation. So after going through this trajectory, after Lettuce was sent to Monsanto, I went back to university, and then I joined Vesper, which I consider one of the most interesting initiatives from the perspective of biotechnology applied to health or agriculture. And the culture that was created in Florianopolis intended to provide innovators and scientists with an environment that would be conducive to letting them use and do their best, and to provide the entire infrastructure to attract investors and clients to this environment. So this is an environment where scientists have lunch with entrepreneurs, go to the cafeteria, they bump into each other in the hallways. It's a unique environment, and this is what allows for great synergy and motivates radical innovation. So yeah, I've been in the academia for over 40 years. I'm a typical scientist that likes to publish papers, but I also like to innovate. So this initiative to create Inedita Bio comes from this process, this experience, and the desire to transform Brazilian science into an internationally respected area. How do we do that? Well, we do that by creating or innovating from the perspective of having a global perspective of the process. And what problem can we solve not only to benefit our society, our industry, and the Brazilian agribusiness, but also something that can be brought to the global food production? Well, that's my trajectory. So with that, I'll give the floor to my colleague. Good morning. I want to thank Sebrae for the invitation to participate in this panel. I also have a long career in the academia, not as long as Paulo's career. I'm a biologist. I graduated in Espírito Santo University. I have a master's and PhD in digital production and 2 postdocs in biotechnology. I worked all my life with vegetable growth inducing microorganism. I've always focused on producing articles, but I've always wanted to become an entrepreneur. People used to say that I was bossy, but according to my mother, it's called a leadership spirit. I've always had that in me. In 2019, I went back to Espírito Santo, and that's when I learned about Centella, a call for bids, and I found it incredible to see that they were willing to give me money to do business. That's when I started to get trained, and I never stopped since then. That really changed my life. And in the first Centella, we didn't win it, but we did win the second one, and that's where Symbiotech was born. And we work with bioprospection and biodesign to combine microorganisms and design intelligent consortia to increase productivity sustainably. And with Centella, that allowed us to get to know the market and the environment. We had several interviews with producers, with farmers. We work with Riverside producers developing products for coffee. That's one of the most important crops for Espírito Santo. And after Centelha, we participated in several acceleration programs such as Inovativa Brazil, Catalisa, ICT. Catalisa was a key process for us because as researchers, we are not very knowledgeable entrepreneurs, and Catalisa brought this knowledge to us. Also, intellectual property. We had meetings that were very important for our business. We've had more than 1 million reais in funding. We participate in several startup partnership bidding processes. And now with Tecnova, we are participating in this call for proposals with a focus on acceleration. Our focus for this year is to go to market and to scale our business to get the sales started and to advance in the development of our products. That was great. Talking about technologies. At San Martinho, I can give you the example of biologics. We know about this, their potential, and it's already in the field. I'd like to hear your take on how you see these initiatives in biotechnologies and what they've been creating for us in terms of real value. Well, when we created and edited a bio, I was talking to Gabriel. We had a long, great conversation. I told him that agriculture is all about genetics and management. And, you know, by management, I mean everything. How you work with the land, the assets, and etc. And genetics mean everything that you add to a seed, to a seedling, to make it more productive. So it's all about genetics and management. But genetics has had the contribution over the last 25 years, the contribution of biotechnology, which is the capacity to add to the genome of a vegetable a gene that gives it a disruptive feature. And there's transgenics as well. So transgenics, they've evolved in such a way that today in the world, 60% of soy and corn are transgenic. In Brazil, more than 90% have transgenic technology. So, but transgenics, they are not well accepted by the general public, and the cost of development achieves millions of dollars. And there's genome addition. So that's when I told Gabriel, well, we can take a huge leap in terms of the development of more productive crops, more resistant to disease, resistant to climate change, and so on and so forth, with genome addition, with the benefit that regulatory costs are going to be a small fraction of the regulatory costs of transgenics.
So we created Inedita Bio. And when we created Inedita Bio, the motivation was not to solve a simple problem. We wanted to solve the greatest problem, the major problem in food growth in the world. 20% of grain production in Brazil is lost to disease and pests, especially fungal diseases. When you buy tomatoes or strawberries, you see that, fungi or mold appear very soon. So the food that is consumed by 8 billion people, you spray about 150 million tons of pesticides on this food. You use a huge amount of fertilizers, chemical fertilizers. In 2050, we'll be 25%, we'll have 25% more people in the world, 10 billion. So you need to produce an additional 25%. And Brazil will need to grow more soybeans and corn. If we still do the same farming management practices with pesticides and chemicals, the planet will collapse. We will pollute the planet to such an extent that life will just disappear. This is the problem and we got support from Vesper to tackle. So we got funding to do our proof of concept of our first patent, and that is a delivery of a model that can solve this. So if we choose one symbol to our work, we chose a disease that is soybean rust. 100% of all soybean varieties are sensitive. Brazil over $3 billion in fungicides to fight soybean rust. This cost is not only economic, it's also environmental. There's health at stake. And this is a major problem. The technology we use that we're developing to have a rust-free soybean, it needs to be very broad or applicable to other diseases, other fungi of other cultures, of other crops. That's how we see. So setting up a startup that provides disruptive innovation with the potential to really contribute to sustainable food production worldwide, you need to develop platforms that are applicable to all other problems. And also one that provides not only more resilient plants, but also technology that can be used to increase capacity, the possibility of corn to associate with nitrogen fixating nitrogen. We don't need nitrogen fertilizers in Brazil to a large extent because the nitrogen that it is provided to plants through bacteria. So my question is, well, that happens with soybeans. Why not corn, wheat? That's a great challenge we have. It's really hard. But this is what moves us, motivates us. So we create a company, you add funding from Vesper and other funds, family offices, and so on and so forth. So in Edita, in its 3 years, we raised $5 million in investment. So our company is scaling up. It's technological development with great partnerships. Our model is to develop technology, license it, not only in Brazil, but all over the world. And this is what creates value to us. In our business model, then, entails development partnerships with seed companies in Brazil. We're also having advanced conversations with international companies, foreign companies. So at the beginning, when we talked to Vesper for the first time, and by the way, I'd like to stress that Vesper created a unique environment, a startup building model. And in addition, they created an environment where all members, all stakeholders, investors, Vesper itself, we have investors coming to visit us, invited by Vesper. That creates a unique environment. And this is, I think, the most interesting way to boost deep tax and also radical innovation in this country. Our spirit at Vesper in our companies is to be champions. I mean, we want to win it all. It's not only about participation. We want to do more. We want to win. You need an environment to be determined. You need a focus. You need support. And that's what we've been building. And not only in additive bio, there are other companies that do this as well. So everyone is working together. So we really want to contribute to sustainable food production in Brazil and worldwide. Amanda, can you talk about the position of your products in biologicals and maybe also discuss the challenges and obstacles you've been addressing? We know it's not easy for deep tax. There's financial problems, market problems, regulatory issues. So can you maybe expand a little on that? We've been working hard, and when it comes to microorganisms and growth engines, we're working with we're applying our product to seeds to increase yield and reduce the use of chemical fertilizers, as Paulo explained. Chemical fertilizers are a great problem today, not only for its environmental problem, but also um, and health, human health, and also with the current conditions of you have war and prices soared. So there you have a whole bunch of problems that come with these products. So biologicals, chemicals, right? And so biologicals help us solve the problem. Of course, we will not just abandon chemicals, but we can at least reduce its use. Our flagship is a endophytic fungus and an nitrogen fixing bacteria, and we applied it to Arabica coffee seeds, and that's what we've been working on. We considered the total fertilizer disease that the growers use, and we reduced it by half, adding our product to it. So with half of the half chemical and half biological, we had yield increases, higher nutrient content in these plants, and that means a lot of a great potential. Biologicals are much cheaper than chemicals, and we reduce the amount of chemical fertilizers that are used annually. We estimated that for 1,000 saplings, and that's quite low for a nursery. We are failing to apply 300 kilos of fertilizer a year in a single nursery. So there's environmental impacts, financial impacts, and also quality of life and health. Growers are using much safer products. So their quality of life also improves dramatically. There are many barriers, of course, for biologicals. The cost of setting up a biofactory is very high. And Gabriel, in the previous panel, he explained this brilliantly. When you consider all the investment agencies, FINAPs, and other companies, so we need to orchestrate all the investment steps and stakeholders better. We also need to enter into partnership with companies that have bioreactors. We also have a highly complex regulatory environment. So for biologicals, the situation is much more complex for if you want to develop new products, you need to talk to 3 different government agencies. The cost is very high. There's a lot of testing that needs doing. There are many laws or bills that are still to pass. So we're waiting. We need a lot of improvement. There's a lot of improvement that is needed in biologicals. And also for deep tax, as mentioned previously, researchers are not inboard entrepreneurs. We can write papers, we can do research, but when it comes to entrepreneurship, things are different. We've been working with universities. I'm also a university professor. I also teach entrepreneurship skills. So we're working hard. Centelia is will work hard in the state of Espírito Santo. So we work hard to encourage researchers to see business from a different perspective, and that what they're doing, they're not just writing a paper, that can also become a product. Of course, if they get support, and this was an amazing idea, it's great to be able to work with market players. We need these people. You can only, it's not just, it's not enough to have a team of PhDs. You need to go to market. It would be pointless. I mean, how can you possibly grow? That's a problem we need to address. Okay, we have 5 minutes. We've already discussed potential ways to unlock this potential with deep techs and the industry and also agriculture. Can you now explore what we need to do from a market perspective, from a social perspective, societal perspective, and the government? What do we need to do? Well, the concept of radical innovation in Brazil or deep tech, it's still in its infancy. When I hear about innovation, I've been hearing about innovation since I was a child. But in fact, Brazil is really used to not only innovation, but improving. How can we improve processes and machinery? But radical innovation means changing a sector out of recognition, like transgenics and biotech changed. I mean, the cost of germplasm for growers is 5 times less than the royalty of embedded biotechnology. To consider the cost of soybean germplasm, it's about $7. In associated technology is $35 US dollars. So innovation added so much value that in the last 20 years, for companies that develop this technology, this biotechnology, that means uh, really amazing profit. And that's what we need to do in Brazil. We need to break this concept, or in other words, bring radical innovation, have a better understanding of radical innovation. And those that have money to invest, they need to understand this as well. And as Gabriel mentioned, this is a problem that has been solved slowly. And this is absolutely necessary. It's just, would be terrible if one of the greatest agricultural powers in the world still depend on innovation that is produced by 4 major global companies that just lay the rules and extract value from that which is given to farmers. That's one problem. Now, regulatory problems in plant genome editing is really well advanced in Brazil. It needs to be improved, of course, but it's already very good. So what we need is a great case, a proof of concept that is robust, a soybean variety that is really resistant to fungi, and then be able to say, look, this is what we can do. Look at how much this is worth. Look at the consequences or byproducts of this technology. Only then I think that attention from the Faria Lima or investors are really, only then will they look at this, deep tax in biotechnology. Okay, in conclusion, I totally agree I fully agree. I think that Brazil has everything it needs, but Brazil also needs to organize things better. And, uh, and it's all about connection. Academia is far away from uh, business, from capital, from the industry. In the US, the industry and business invests in research a lot. In Brazil, we depend on subsidies. So if we can connect the dots, connect all stakeholders, only then can Brazil become a great leader in agribusiness. Well, that was perfect. If what I can add to this, we were discussing about the instruments, investment mechanisms that we have, the bio input plan, the ABC plan for low carbon agriculture. So these are things that need to be, I mean, they need to play an active role changing this situation, and the government can improve uh, orchestrating all these activities better so that all these players can work together in sync and make great strides. So this is the end of our conversation. We're running out of time. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, panelists. C and I, thank you again. We're here at your disposal. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda Bertolazzi of Biogenuela Silofonte, of São Martinho, and Paulo Arruda of Inedita Bio. Now, we will break for lunch. Now, there's important information to you. There's a food court in downstairs in the, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. sharp to continue our conference. I hope everyone has a great lunch. See you at 2 p.m. Thank you.
we will talk about technologies applied to the food industry, new materials, as well as the release of a new CNI Sabrai program connecting deep techs and the industry. We keep focusing on the structure of a deep tech system that can generate competitiveness and scale for Brazil. This event is offered by CNI and Sabrai, and it's an initiative of MEI, the business mobilization around innovation. It's coordinated by SESI, the National Service of Industrial Learning, SENAI, Evaldo Lodi Institute, IEL, and is supported by the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, as well as a diamond sponsorship of Embrapa, the Brazilian Company of Industrial Research and Innovation, FINAP, and Petrobras. Gold sponsorship by Embraer and Boticário Group. Silver sponsorship of Bosch, Rockwell Automation, Siemens, Itaú, Natura, Vale, and the National Bank of Development, BNDES, and the institutional support of the Organization of Brazilian Cooperatives, OCB, and the National Institute of Industrial Property, INPI. In alignment with the ESG practices, the Congress has adopted measures to reduce environmental and social impacts, prioritizing responsible waste management, the use of reusable materials, and compensation actions. We have simultaneous translation available on both stages, and if you need, you may use the headsets available at the door of the auditorium. Food production requires innovation in processes, ingredients, packaging, and logistics. Food tech is now rising among the highest potential industries in Brazil. To learn more about it, I'd like to invite to the stage the CEO and founder of Proverge, Paula Esperanza, the CEO of Inovareg, Amanda Poldi, the CEO of Selva, Sergio Pinto. Welcome. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the participation. I'm a co-founder of Inovareg, along with my partner who's with me, Maria Ferreira. And it's a pleasure to be here with my co-panelists. We'll talk about their experience and our experience to make this as interesting as possible for you. I'll start with a general question and ask you to talk about your trajectory. About what you're studying, the ingredients, and the main challenges you've been coming across. Hello, and thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here on behalf of Proverge. Proverge is a startup that I founded 3.5 years ago. During this period, we've been working with the application of bioprocesses, especially in vegetable byproducts or vegetable raw materials, to improve the properties of these byproducts, whereby we improve their applicability, we reduce any toxic compound, allergens, to be able to transform these byproducts into value-added ingredients. Proverge has been incubated inside Unicamp, the University of Campinas, and we've been working with different sized companies, large, small companies, which we're going to cover later. Over to you, Sergio. Good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here. I want to thank CNI for the invitation. It's a pleasure to talk to you and Paula and Amanda. I'm the founder of Salva Ingredients. I've been working in the food industry forever. I've worked with Lay's, Doritos, some peanuts. Then I owned a brewing company. Unfortunately, it went bankrupt. I had an ingredients lab, which took me to BRF, Perdigão, Quali, and that's where I started my trajectory that led me to Salva. First, I wanted to be an entrepreneur again. I started with a pizza that's called La Brasiera back in 2021, and in 2022, I was excited about the vegetable sector. I founded Salva to work with items that are extremely important for the domestic chain. We basically work with coffee. We harvest coffee and we run it through a process to transform it into a cocoa and caramel byproduct. We won an award for most innovative ingredient, the second most sustainable ingredient. We also work in the region of Minas and the Amazonas, where we work closely with cocoa and acai producers. That's interesting. I didn't talk about that because it's connected with all of these studies, innovations, and Novarag was created a year ago. And me and my business partner, Marilia, we've been in the market for more than 23 years. So we help approve these innovations. We help studies. We help improve communications with consumers and get approvals from Anvisa and other regulators. So we have a lot to discuss today and to use as insights. Well, to guide the conversation, when it comes to the innovative food industry, what are the transformations that you see along this journey in your experience, Sergio and Paula? Which innovations have to happen for products and ingredients to be developed and commercially feasible, accepted, and so that it's able to go to market? If you think about innovation, what I see is reusing co-products. I see lots of demands related to that at our startup. The food industry has big expertise in having a key product. Most companies have a main product that they invested a lot in, and also secondary products that end up being underpriced. Sometimes the company needs to pay for their removal. So what I see is that the innovation comes from the food industry, and it's now walking along this path of reusing these co-products and using these materials in line with sustainability requirements and of having products that are able to reduce the amount of waste generated. So I see the food industry as innovative in this regard. Well, picking up on what you said, one thing I learned in the cattle raising industry is that you use everything. We're talking about a growing population around the world, and that requires working with that is based on fully using the ingredients. Farmers, they wait for an entire year and they hope that the weather won't be too extreme, there won't be any droughts, and we have to work around techniques to allow for these crops to grow. And it's sad to consider that the coffee grains are 30% of everything that's consumed. We need to get inspired by other industries, such as the cattle industry or any other industry. One trend that's here to stay is not only sustainability, but it needs to feel good. It needs many products made huge mistakes. Plant-based products. We launched products that you've never consumed because there was no flavor. So you make a huge effort. You invest a lot of money. A lot of food techs are dying because they don't think about the main and most important thing. It has to taste good. And the third aspect is that it needs to be economically feasible. And for that to happen, you need the industry, you need chain. And by working in Amazonas, we see lots of great ideas that are born and die because they remain hidden, which does not work. You need to bring your ideas to the consumers, for the consumers to be able to see them. Otherwise, ingredients will be outside of Brazil, but Brazil is an eternal trend. So we have to appreciate our culture, right? Beans, for instance. We know that the industry, if it creates something that's not feasible, sustainable, whose flavor is accepted by consumers, and things that are economically feasible in terms of scalability, if that's not the case, it won't take off. In terms of all these factors that I mentioned or others, sustainability is at the top of the list. So which ones are most decisive? Cost, scalability, the regulatory aspects. I mean, all of all of the challenges that you're faced with. Well, if you think about challenges, I work for deep tech. The biggest challenge is not related to technology, but rather to cost, scalability, predictability. The industry needs these parameters in order for innovation to happen. So I believe it's all about cost, predictability, and Sergio's worked at the industry for many years. Maybe he has more information to share. You asked about sustainability. You should say that if your results become red, everybody forgets about the green results. And that happens a lot. Many companies that had committed to net zero, carbon neutral, 2040, all of that collapsed. If it has not collapsed, it is collapsing. There's a big example from Singapore. They used to call it 30 by 30. And Singapore is an island that does not produce anything. They used to say that 30% of their food would be locally produced. If you look at all of the new ingredients, processes, plant-based, cellular harvesting, language is key. While we were treating whey protein as a byproduct of milk, nobody was consuming it. But once you use language to describe it in a different way, if you simplify consumption in a metaphor, yogurt, for instance, you add that to cereal, and then gummies, language is one of the most important things there are. There's Renato, Felipe, Carol. They're great teammates. There comes a point when you talk to consumers and they simply don't care if that's sustainable. You create organic products and people are not willing to pay one single additional dollar for them. You get an organic certification, rainforest certification, and so on and so forth, but people are not willing to pay for that. So, yes, valuing the ingredients is important, but language is fundamental. With no easy, accessible language, no one's going to buy your products. That's an excellent example. How do you balance out technological sophistication with competitiveness? Well, considering the studies of Unicamp and the market, well, that's a challenge. I think it depends on the technology that you're developing. At Provergy, we work with the application of biotech in byproducts. That's a slow process. In 2 or 3 months, you're not able to come up with a final product. And if you present that to the industry, well, they need predictability. They need to more or less be able to tell when the product's going to be ready. So, in our case at Provergy, it all begins with subsidies. That's where the biggest risk is. For in order for us to leave a lot of the uncertainties behind, and uncertainty is always there whenever there is innovation, and it needs to move to a level where you're able to tell the industry and they're able to see some sort of predictability. That's how we've been working. We've also been working on a different model, a co-development model. The industry reaches out to us saying, well, I have this byproduct. What do we do? And one model that's been working with us is working um, in a staged manner so that the industry is also able to understand how much they need to invest, if that's going to work or not. So this co-development model is also working for long-term technologies inside Provergy. Well, before I give the floor to Sergio, I want to say during these steps, it's also important to define or to run a feasibility analysis. Because if there's something that you've left out during the planning phase, the regulatory agencies can help you. So it's increasingly important to consider that. If you see that it's feasible, you need to dive into this joint analysis stage. Now, I'm going to tell you something about the pizza place. We started this pizza place in 2021 in the middle of the pandemics with a very clear concept. 80,000 pizza places all of a sudden became 40,000 pizza places during the pandemic. That's what happened. And me and my partners thought, well, there's lots of pizza places that are being sold for very little money. And a partner said, well, should we buy one? Can you imagine that February 2021 coming back from Carnival? And I thought, well, everybody's going bankrupt. What are we going to do? That's so special. Well, let's prepare. Let's offer good pizza. We got excited. We bought a pizza place in a upscale neighborhood of Sao Paulo, and it was very successful because we created a great pizza, and we were really proud of it. We thought, well, we're so great, and then we got carried away, and we bought a bar in Santana. We spent a month and a half preparing the oven and the recipes. We opened the pizza place on a Monday, and no one showed up. Tuesday, 0 customers. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, no clients. And we thought, well, this is about to die. And all of a sudden, our phone rang on a Monday, and the guy said, well, I'm a digital influencer. Well, what's that? He said, well, you can give me some free pizzas and I'll shoot a video and post it online. And we thought, well, we have to sell this, and no one's eating our pizza anyway. Let's do it. He did the worst video I've ever seen. We thought it was freaking horrible. Once he posted, he got 1 million views. Come Tuesday, there was a line at our door. And now we became a phenomenon. La Brasiera has more followers than Sadia. We're often forgetting the fundamentals. If people are not willing to buy your product, there is no use having great technology, spectacular products. That's why I must insist that language is key, because if no one is willing to buy your product or sell your product, it won't work. We developed Salva, and we need to sell, because if you don't buy as consumers, how are we going to survive, right? Yeah, communication is key. So thinking about the market, as Sergio said, where do you see real market opportunities at Proverdi? We're a B2B startup. So, the market, basically in the food industry, that's what the market is for us. Also, the cosmetic industry, but that's what the market is about for us. When I opened Provergi, it was not restricted only to co-products, but that's where the demand is. So I ended up accepting that we only work with co-products, and we've been working with companies that want to work with the appreciation of these co-products through bioprocesses. Not only bioprocesses, but it's basically that, since that's my background. And we've been getting some very positive results with some companies, and that you take waste with the huge amount of mycotoxins, and you're able to bring down the levels of mycotoxins, and you improve their functionality and the nutrition profile. We've been achieving great results. So our customers are the food industry. Well, that's very promising for application in the food industry, right? And that's what the market is willing to apply. As I always say, right? Maybe you can keep an eye out for these markets. And you, Sergio, after so many years operating with so many large food companies, what key learnings can you talk about that helped you set up Selva?
Well, I think that the greatest company is the Industry of Insights, and it does a good job with, improving your focus. I started working as a statistician, and I was asked to work for Pepsi and running a factory. And I said, I was so worried. They said, no, you just get one insight. They have a whole brainstorm of insights. And then they said, what do I do with the others? Well, large industrial corporations, they're a great school. They teach you about selling, producing, and communicating, and also what not to do. So for a gigantic company such as BRF, if the product sells 100 tons a month, it's a failure. Just ask the CFO if he'll be happy about selling 100 tons a month. The large industry teaches us how to develop from chain to chain, how to go to market. In Brazil, we have huge power. The major food chains in the world, they're here in Brazil. Brazil is the second largest food ingredient producer in the world. In terms of prices, it's the 12th. So when, for example, soy protein used to travel more than Trump, it would go out of Brazil as soybeans. It would go to the US to be synthesized, then go to China to be hydrolyzed, and came here at $25 a kilo. So $25 a kilo, that's a great opportunity that's being missed. I mean, I will consume it anyway. That makes a huge difference to us. And also, beans, like regular beans, are traditional in Brazil. It has high protein content. So how can we make that happen? I really want to see this in the market, Paulo, and I'm sure it will be a huge success. And now, with regard to the skills we learn in large corporations, industrial facilities, I worked for many of them, Danone and others, Givalden. So this is indeed a great school. You do your PhD there. If you don't understand about production marketing, how can you possibly translate regulatory insights into a language that can be understood? In our recent experience, we've also worked with many startups, and it's clear that you have a wide variety of needs. And as you have few people and you have huge structures, as Sergio said, you have departments for every specialty, right? No, that does not happen with startups. Most of the work is done by 2 or 3 people. So you learn a lot from startups too, and so we did in our first year, and also to listen actively. So you have companies that have needs, and and okay, can I make a comment about this? And the federal National Federal Industry Association, people are very afraid. They don't have a beta version for food. So if you install an app that does not work, okay, no problem. Wait for the next version. Now, if an ingredient is not good, what can you tell consumers? You will uninstall the food? Of course not. And that will make people really afraid of doing things that are different. When mistakes are made, they just stop. When you have some promising products that the first pain, the first mistake, the industry just removes it. But when you're in a startup, the greatest advantage we have is that, well, first you get a no for an answer. You just continue. This prototype is not working. This packaging is not working. Okay, we just go on. The number of no's that we get before we take the next step, it's huge. In our first fundraising round, and I get 3 yeses, but 225 no's in 18 months to get these 3 yeses. Well, that's great. Well, it's not that different with me, with my company. It was also a struggle, really, to be able to scale up our processes. So we're working with beans. So we're using this protein content, high protein ingredient. We reduced smell. We got lots of functionalities, lots of good features. So it was really hard to scale that technology up to be able to offer it to the industrial sector. It took a year. It's really demanding. You're right. You need a lot of skills as well and a lot of resilience. 225 no's to get a yes. Okay, it's hard. Now, let's discuss regulatory aspects. That's our expertise. What are the recurrent mistakes that companies make, those that are innovating, that take a long time in the approval of a product to the market? It's not enough for a product to exist. It needs to be tasty, but it also needs to be approved for, sales, for selling. Well, I don't do regulatory as much. Maybe you two could talk more about it. Well, before any technology starts, I have 2 perspectives. I prepare a concept card and I ask the industry if they're interested in buying something like that. If not, I just don't even start. We have investor money, and especially with the Selic rate at 15%, it's not easy. So we need to seek regulatory opportunities. It's approved in beverages, or it's just approved in the EU, or it works in the US, but not in Brazil, not yet. So we can sell it in Brazil. But again, selling it in dollars is better. So what we always try to do this preparatory work. And you know about the things, the 5 batch system with quality analyses for all the steps of the way with a coffee production, for instance. So we use the largest centers we already have in Brazil, and we have many of them everywhere. So we see what can be changed step by step. We prepare the dossier. We talk to the Anvisa, the Brazilian FDA. The first time I talked to Anvisa as Selva, I was so nervous and shy. And the regulatory agency that supported me, they said, "Don't talk to Anvisa directly." But then I decided to raise my hand, and they said, "Yes, please go on." And I said, "Let me start by explaining why I'm developed this product." And she was so excited. No one wants to do harm to any company. We need to understand why that company matters, why that product matters. And this is important for a country as Brazil. You need to explain why something exists. Oh, that was a great example. That's right. You need to talk to the Ministry of Agriculture and talk to the FDA, Anvisa about your pains. You have this challenge of putting things into place, and those that apply this law, like Anvisa and the Ministry of Agriculture, and we have participated in many meetings with these agencies, and this dialogue needs to happen. They need to pass on the key messages and all the information that is needed for people to understand the problem. Regulatory issues need to be understood. Those that make laws, for instance, everything needs to be clear. And people really want companies to make progress, to have sector-based dialogue. And there are some important conversations about changes in the labels, for instance, of our food in Brazil. The Ministry of Agriculture has set up a new area, a new department just for innovation to boost these processes. And Visa has recently issued eligibility criteria so that you can use international laws that work. So this is the best thing to do, to be really open and consistent in the meetings you participate to get things approved. There's one more thing. Please follow us, La Brasiera and Selva Ingredients. Those that want to try our products in the pizzeria in our office, it will be great. Thank you, Paula. Well, I was going to ask you how much more time we have, but I think we're running out of time. In fact, it was so good. I didn't even realize time flew. So again, me at InnovaReg, we are at your disposal. Congratulations on such great work. Thank you to the 3 speakers. Congratulations. Okay, new materials can create new industries as they have a great disruption potential. They may also have a breakthrough and speed up ecological transition. Deep tech Brazilian deep tech companies are doing a great job. How can we scale up these processes? We will invite the CEO of BioUs, Raimundo Lima, then the CTIO of Andon Corp, Cesar Augusto Ferreira, the CTO of Blue Nano Group, Adriano Friedrich Feil. The stage is all yours, gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about deep techs and what deep techs have been doing in Brazil. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I'm Raimundo Lima. I'm CEO of BioUs. Our goal is to have a conversation, a chat, and discuss the major goals, bottlenecks, and opportunities that deep tech find in Brazil. I'm honored to have Cesar Augusto Ferreira, CTIO of Randon Corp, and Adriano Friedrich Weil, CTO of Blue Nano. To start with, the market knows the greatest bottleneck in innovating infrastructure is, of course, the cost of capital. And as the world discusses AI, there's a study by McKinsey showing that synthetic biology and new materials can change 60% of the global industry and economy. What is the problem? Scaling it up is 20 times more expensive than creating an app. So we'll be discussing these issues. Can you please introduce yourselves, Cesar and Adriano, and tell us what is your greatest scalability challenge in your careers? Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here and to discuss, tell you about Blue Nano. Blue Nano was founded in 2018, but it was conceived a lot earlier in 2009 or 10. That's when we started to develop a process that we call a physical process of powder enrichment. We can add 99 periodic table elements to any powder product in the distribution of single atoms, also clusters and sub-nano and nanometric particles in ultrafine and compact layers. As founding partner, I'm a former university professor, and my mind is really focused on breaking a lot of the barriers in academia. The greatest challenge we have at Blue Nano is that we have two scales to break. First, the scale of multiple production of different multiple types of material. That's a scale of small amounts, and it's a very important scale. And then the other scale is large amounts of a single formulation. And that's the one that we see that can be applied to the industry. We can currently deliver both. We can produce a large number of different formulations to validate concepts and scale them up, scale these products up, scale new technologies up. And we're also finishing the implementation of our final scale. After a formulation is here, we can then deliver the final material to the client. And the capex is 20 times or even higher than this. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to. I feel like a stranger here. Let me tell you why. I'm Cesar Augusto Ferreira. I mean, my previous life was in the automotive sector in technology and also product development. A few years ago, I moved to the south of Brazil. And after moving there, I got to know this company that was an initiative by Adriano, and we met here again. It was really a very fortunate coincidence. About 6, 7 years ago, I was charged with creating an advanced technology department at Random Corp. That's a 77-year-old company. It's like an old lady, and I needed to reinvent a few things. Let me tell you how I ended up with 9-1. Let me use academic language, which I think is clarifying. We used what we call lower level initiatives. So I knew what was done in engineering departments in companies. I was in charge of a particular technical department of a company. I sought Adriano to solve a technological need that we had, to solve a technological problem that we had. So I created a private company in the group that was part of the group, and this was a great research accelerator that was close to universities. I'm telling you this because as the creator slash sponsor of this CT, that is a non-profit subsidized by some companies in the group I represent, we decided to study materials. That's something we've been working hard. The goal was to seek a solution with composite materials. So they developed a method to work with specific nanoparticles. And I thought, well, this has a huge potential. It can expand beyond this project. So we created a startup, an internal startup. It was a small company, and we needed that needed to navigate in the world of giants. Unlike Adriano, this company, Nai1, that explores nanoparticles. We started with niobium. We have now titanium, zirconium. So we were expanding zirconium, we were expanding. There's something. What is this? That's the alert for yeah, everyone can hear it. It's the civil defense alert for rain. Okay, anyway, I'm telling you the story because we created a startup in a huge organism. In other words, a large corporation. So it's like you have an older brother. So if you need to pick up a fight, you have your older brother in front of you to protect you. That's what we've been doing. We're challenging this team to do research and develop this startup that has been presenting innovative solutions that are more transformative than those that created that technology. So the journey that we are living today, this is our journey. They said, you have no money problems. You're in a huge spaceship. But it's really hard to invest, sometimes to persuade internal investors than external investors to support your business. So you may seem this pain does not exist, but it does. And we also feel the pain that startups have because Anai One is a startup. Thank you. Thank you to both of you. So we have three different situations: an academic spin-off, and a deep tech that comes from a large corporate company, and then BioUs is the third way. These are limited liability companies that try to innovate to go to the hard science world. So BioUs, that's my fourth startup. It's really hard as a scientific entrepreneur. It's really hard to establish a company, understand the ecosystem, and how to make that happen. Our greatest challenge was the first industrial plant. We had read or decided to compete for a bid. We had a warehouse, but we could not produce. There was a lot of red tape that needed to be overcome. But we developed a solution with all that technology of bioreactors, and we put them into containers. So we overcame our first challenge. So these are three different deep tech scenarios with similar pains, similar challenges, but that are different. That's so interesting to discuss. We're talking about challenges. What are the opportunities you can see today so that Brazil becomes an exporter of new materials in addition to commodities? Well, nano Blue Nano's mission. That's a great question, by the way. But we can work with any type of materials, and that's a great difficulty we have. We cannot have a single focus, in fact. So we need partners, partners that give us propose demands and know about their needs really well. So we can create partnerships to develop really advanced science processes that traditional processes cannot achieve. In this respect, we see opportunities that are transactional. I'll give you some examples. Brazil is a country that is rich in rare earths and strategic materials. We can transform these strategic minerals in high value added producers like catalysts, for instance, highly efficient catalysts or biological materials, biomedical materials, electronic materials. This is a great opportunity for batteries as well. All sorts of batteries. We have projects with acid, lead, lithium, solid state, CO2 um, conversion, and so on and so forth. So we can produce materials on a scale from the shop floor, the most basic shop floor you can imagine, to materials that are used, for instance, in the medical industry. And these are the opportunities that I see that we can change the country. So it's a high value product. Cesar, well, this has always been the dilemma of countries such as Brazil. We are a great source of natural resources in many areas, including minerals, which is the focus of these two initiatives. So we sell earth rather than solutions, commodities rather than solutions. I know Adriano's initiative in 991 does the same. We sell technology, we sell solutions. I can assure you that today, I'll give you an estimate, ballpark figure. It's about 80% of companies that are using our technology that has been changing properties of very relevant materials. They have solutions with a very positive environmental impact. We have a case with a multinational company. I'm not allowed to say the name, but it's a giant. It's so important in Brazil and also Latin America. And this company is replacing nylon with recycled material with the addition of our solution, with our additives. And this is the knowledge we have. It's just technology, sheer technology. One has already patented the way you obtain it and the way these particles are made functional. But we are changing materials, either sophisticated or less sophisticated. So we're just replacing nylon and delivering products that have the same features. So it's not just a trend. This is a real need of the industry, of the market. There are many people that have much greater expertise about the impact and what comes next. I mean, what the next generations want. And I see that some products are being launched in some places, in some countries, and they say that together with trans fat, you also have the amount of offset or neutral CO2. So when you say you're developing technology that helps a large corporation in one of its initiatives to speed up the recyclability of their products dramatically, in addition to that, we are improving technology in this country, not just providing commodities. This is just one example. And as I said before, 80% of NI1's market that we're exploring with our partners, this market is also linked to the international market, to the foreign market. So yes, we can prove, and Adriano, again, both Blue Nano with Adriano and us in I1 and even Raimundo, we now start to address something that when you look at a traditional industrial executive, even for these people, this is highly exciting. When I look at our quarterly results, and when you see that all our earnings are above traditional mainstream industry results or earnings. We're not selling commodity, we're selling technology. That makes a huge difference. And that's the difference between deep techs. We sell hard technology. And of course, soft tech is are also great initiatives and highly transformative. But technology, deep tech, also create great conversion, initiatives. And a company like Blue Nano, we invest in these fronts. These are very impactful examples of materials that provide decarbonization. So the three companies have this in their DNA. I one see this as a great opportunity. For us, organic waste for many industries is the end, but for us, it's just the beginning.
And we have a huge amount of waste that's unused. And what we do is to transform this biomass into high value added products. And this opportunity is now being globalized. We are present in Europe, biomass in Europe, Portugal, and France. Uh, and we had to pivot a lot since the beginning. We've been around for more than 3 years, but pivoting created opportunities that we didn't see before. So this is exactly what we were able to see, to use. We can already sell this technology to agribusiness. We're scaling it up to the agribusiness, and we expect to develop even further into the health sector. We have to look at the ecosystem from different perspectives. I will provoke the PEX ecosystem because there's a huge bottleneck between the science of academia and the market in the industry. And this is this gap where many deep techs fall. And I'd like to ask you, if you had a silver bullet, to solve your main challenge, your main bottleneck, what could unlock the way to this infinite bridge? In the case of Blue Nano, it's a totally physical technology with no residue. It's dry. The material goes in dry and goes out dry. We sell the atoms, the material before it's covered with the atoms. It had a characteristic, but when it's out of the process, it's totally different and its value is much higher. It delivers results. So this means that capex to set up a plant like that is not low. And since we're here, seated as Deep Dex, a company with a big potential that's been proven itself since it's here, when it searches for funding mechanisms, it's basically 99.99% of the times it's seen as a traditional company. So if I had a silver bullet, I would say the deep techs need a chance to get funding without the need for delivering real guarantees. Because sellers do not have guarantees. Without that, we can't scale. Our case is different. We have investors. We have a mechanism whereby we were able to unlock that, but it's an unusual mechanism. But we need inexpensive funding. The technology is domestic. The patent is domestic. The patents are domestic. They're going expanding abroad. And in order for us to become a high-end industry, we need to have that key. And there's no other way to do that apart from money. I fully share your opinion. That's something that we see at the summits. Several complaints. We're not even talking about the bench side. We're talking about production to generate revenue, and there's a big bottleneck. Well, that's an exception to the rule already, but still, there are challenges. As I said in the beginning, from that perspective, it seems that no one is more protected, and there's the mothership that can inject capital, but the concept is the same, especially because the CFO that's looking at the business proposal is not very different from most of those that will seek to support a deep tech like the ones that are represented here. So it's a vision of the traditional industry that follows return and payback expectations, return rates, and all of the indicators of traditional industry that we know about. And the model that we're based on currently, and especially considering the moment we're now living, it seems to be much more like a gamble than an investment to CFOs. And I understand why he sees it like that. On the other hand, we do not have policies that are able to um, allow companies to accelerate in a consistent manner. The ones that have the content, the case of Naiwan, I don't know any details about Raimundo's company. We have consistent solutions. We haven't addressed the market. So we're able to convince our headquarter that I can keep on adding money, even with a DRE that destroys value. It's a case that's easy to negotiate. But it's much more difficult to scale a deep tech because it needs more money. It will generate a product. It needs structure. It needs to invest in things that uh, soft tech can scale more quickly. They can show a proof of concept and go to a PDCA. I'm still from the period of classic PDCA. And I'll take the risk of saying, and here I'm wearing every hat from the industry, somebody who knows the academia, and somebody that's supporting the development of a startup. In Brazil, we are not in the habit of doing that. What scares me is that these guys will soon look to other countries and they'll leave because the mechanisms outside of the country, well, it's not only about having more money, but the mechanism and the perspective of big centers. And I'm not talking about the Silicon Valley, which is a classic. They can see different models of these small tech industries that have a growth potential, and they end up attracting the talents. And everything that I said earlier, that we are a country that has to invest in technology to really sell it, That's something that you can lose in the blink of an eye when these guys move to other countries. And it's not a risk, it's a reality that happens every day. Well, we're moving towards the end of our session. There is no a silver bullet, but one of them would be the tax burden. In BioUS has been able to return in taxes to the government the first bidding calls that we captured. And one thing that we see with the new approval of the IVA, we see that startups that used to be taxed between 2 to 6%, if it's cumulative, deep tax can pay up to 23%. So there's a promise that it will not be cumulative and that it will become credit. The thing is, the return is in 10 years. And it also requires it to be a real profit. With deep tax, they are not even born if you're talking about real profit. So we need to review the tax burden, except especially in programs that subsidize deep tax, so that they can walk with their own feet. BioUS, we tried more than 140 times and we only got no's. However, programs such as Catalysi and Centella and startups that are not incubated at a university but who are developing deep tech technologies, they're fundamental for deep techs to validate their product and achieve a validation 6 or 7. This is a World Cup year, and some deep techs maybe there are many, just to make a connection, there are many Brazilian players, many players who are not Brazilian, or Brazilian players that play for different national teams during the Cup. Centella, for instance, FINAP, and FINAP is now launching a call for proposals for base deep techs, and they have difficulties. These are the ones that will win this call for bids. That's very important. We can talk about improving the ecosystem or improving the stadium. And offer them a better ball, a better uniform. But if we don't work with the base category, and if we do not connect it with science, the market and science, these deep techs will not be able to take off. And BioUS had to test several of these aspects, and we have the European market in biomaterials that accounts for the demand of 70% of biomaterials that we sell, so that we can generate cash and bring investors. The Brazilian ecosystem, there are investors, but they're not ready for the way the deep techs are evaluated in Brazil. BioUS has a cash flow which, according to the Brazilian assessment of discounted cash flow, its valuation is 2 million reais. And we participated in programs in Asia and Europe with the same structure of BioUS, the same DRE, and BioUS has a valuation of $6 million. There are more than 15 deep techs in the world that are unicorns without having generated one single invoice. So this scenario is important, so that the first deep tech is able to create it, and if they're able to get these funds, they'll be able to sell it, and the tax burden won't cannibalize their business. This is a matter of state policy, not government policy. It's a state. It's about a state policy. If we don't open our eyes to how the structure is set up as a whole, and we're talking about circular economy and the use of biomaterials from residue, the ecosystem needs to be circular. It doesn't need to be linear. It needs to be circular. It's a strong base science and a strong market and a strong industry. I want to thank you for your presence and the presence of our attendees, because this is how we try to give a voice to deep techs. We have the participation of the Secretariat of Science and Technology, and we created an association of biotechs. It's 60 startups in Goiás that are working with us and the sector to create an exclusive coalition so that these biotechs have clusters from the minimum to the maximum TRL. And with that, funds will come more easily. If the deep techs class does not unite, we will be siloed in bubbles. The most important thing is this unity. I want to thank CNI for giving us this voice. I would like to ask you to say your final words, please. Well, I'll pick up on what you said to share two perceptions. You saw that I said that we invested in an ECT and with other companies, not only rental group companies funding these researchers. I think there are almost 60 today that are directly connected to ECT and 300 indirectly through connections with universities and research centers in Brazil and the world, trying to set up this network, as it were. And it seems paradoxical to see that a few years ago there was an attempt to encourage private initiative to come closer to research, to fund it with entrepreneurs slash researchers, such as the ones that we have with us. And now we see that we're undergoing a reversal in that of sorts, a series of movements that indicate that there seem to be forces that are trying to render that unfeasible. It sounds paradoxical. That's one point of attention for CNI. We have to be careful about these ideological discussions about a few subjects. I think everybody is here today trying to invest to make the country better. So this was a great initiative because it's now offering a possibility for the industry to come increasingly closer to such an important link in this chain, which is the generation of knowledge. And another thing is that people from deep techs, especially the ones that deal with materials, they are now experiencing a huge challenge, which is the challenge of neophobia. If you talk about nanoparticles, everybody gets scared because we have no such maturity in the industry or in the country. So we need to appreciate these people because these areas are truly challenging. To bring that to a new market that's very reactive and traditional. I want to thank CNI for the opportunity, and just to leave you with one last thought. If you're interested in getting to know more about Blue Nano, we have a website, bluenano.com, and there's an advanced sales website that's not limited to what's there. It's 50,000 products. BioUG.com. So you can feel free to contact us. And thank you for your attention. Thanks, everybody. And now we're going to have a session about deep techs and the industry. Thank you. We'd like to thank Adriano from Blue Nano and Cesar Augusto from Naiwan and Raimundo from BioUS. Now we'll move on to a special release. A connection between the industry and deep techs is an essential path to accelerate a radical transformation in Brazil. Scientific-based entrepreneurs need market knowledge and partnerships to gain scale. At the same time, the industry is looking for partners that can understand their challenges and the disruptions that are underway in their sector. It's in this context that the new CNI Sebrae program is being launched, structuring this connection in a way that's straightforward and result-oriented. To help us in this initiative, I'd like to invite to the stage CNI's Industrial Development Director, Jefferson Gomez, and the Technical Director of Sebrae Nacional, Bruno Quick. The stage is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Did you understand what Blue Nano talked about in their presentation? Were you able to understand all of the processes? You know, I had the opportunity to visit Blue Nano at Technopuc. It was a 3-minute long visit. Don't ask me why that was organized like that, but it was a 3-minute long. It was supposed to be a 3-minute long visit, and it took more than an hour. Just like Blue Nano, right next to us, there's Traction, and they develop. Oh, here's my friend Bruno. Bruno. My friend Bruno, director of Sebrae. Let's give him a round of applause. So one important thing, these companies that are here for these 2 days, the deep decks, these companies went through a huge scrutiny. And all of these companies have investments and investors. So it's really impressive the possibilities that we have ahead of us for Brazil. When you look at these companies, CNI and Sebrae have created a company called The Journey of the Industry. We traveled all over Brazil, listening to more than 5,000 people. We talked to more than 1,500 companies. I'll repeat that. We talked to more than 5,000 people. We talked to more than 1,500 people. The companies that were here these 2 days are companies that are on a journey that is really worth understanding to see how they got there. If we're trying to know how the companies got there, there are some pre-existing tools. I'll talk about a few things. I'm a big fan of Sebrae. Sebrae set up a program called Cataliza. It may sound basic, but I'm a professor at a school called the Technology Institute of Aeronautics. We have very intelligent people there, and it's very difficult to have these people launch companies, even though they're highly technological. They're not scientific. They're technologists, and it's very difficult. So what Sebrae saw as a capacity was, okay, let's take these talents wherever they are. Let's bring these guys, these girls, to really train them in business. So Sebrae builds this Cataliza program, whereas these people are being trained with their in business, and so they get this training in business, as you call it. So they simply took more than 6,000 people. I'll repeat that. They took more than 6,000 researchers and started to invest. And Bruno, we were talking in a program called Together for the Industry. It seems to be just one booth, but all of these brands are trying to do something jointly. And they said, well, let's create a system so that we take these that are almost ready for the business plan, and they're not like Bionano, not like them, not like the companies that were here. Uh, and they'll take a group of companies and translate that into business. So trying to merge deep techs with people that learned to do business plans, but also connecting them with the departments of these big corporations. And with the BNDES, they wrote a program for the attraction of product development centers for Brazilian companies. It's not research centers, though. We're talking about product development. Extremely qualified people with a completely distinct thought process from traditional businesses, thinking about new businesses. If there's something that's extremely complicated for these people, it's to find companies or new businesses for their centers. It was 55 billion reais in requests sent to BNDES, which approved 5 billion reais in product development centers, more than 1,000 product development centers. So what should we do, Bruno? Take these 6,000. Okay, let's take 40. 40 groups and small companies with their business plans, and show to these companies that want to do business. And there's de-risking. If there was one thing that was set up in this country in the last 20 years, it's a huge capacity called de-risking. There's a company that left ITA that's in a de-risking sector in Joinville. They're developing robots with AI, but there's a place for that to test these products to mitigate your problems. However, therefore, if you're still able to combine companies with ICT, sometimes not necessarily with ICT, but companies with ICTs and these small companies with big corps, you can do the de-risking both for ICTs and the large-sized companies doing new business. Bruno, I'll give you the floor. It's 40 companies, and we'll have the support of a company called N7. It's a group of people that's been learning for many years in many different places about their competencies and the ways forward. So you can imagine if you're wanting to move forward with your business, if you have the support of a company that gives you the algorithm of the process, and they start with 3 batches, one batch from industrial sector A, industrial sector B, food and cosmetics, for instance, or another one in computing vision for a certain application in the health area, hardware, biotech. And in this process, N7, they deal with these lots of 14 or 13 companies in the 3 segments, and they finish the 40 corporations. And we're going to learn that about their algorithm. Bruno, the initial investment was 4 million reais. I think that the industrial system and Sebrae are indicating that they're interested in combining small-sized and large-sized companies. Good afternoon. There was a pitch involving 5 deep techs right next door, and we were looking at some projects with entrepreneurs talking about pressure to take investments outside of Brazil. And we are always in a hurry to make this happen together. And we see a country that has very important instruments and real assets that allow us to talk about open innovation and deep tech. And there'll always be criticism, but Brazil built an armament of very well prepared people with a diversity of perspectives, producing extremely creative alternatives that are of scientific nature. So we started considering that not only for traditional based companies, the productivity of Brazilian companies is still low. It's still a challenge. So there's a high number of companies, including startups, that will undergo incremental improvements. And we have programs for that, consultancies for that. But there is a very special group of research, science applied to problems and real opportunities that generate wealth for the Brazilian industry.
So there's basically a lack of commodities in the new Brazilian industry. Again, with this agenda and this industrial policy in place, this is a unique opportunity of using these instruments and combining them together with industrial activities. So deep techs in a large open innovation program with deep techs. It's great to see this. We have the top 500 companies in Brazil that have a huge purchasing power that generate added value and add to our production and exports. That's real. It's already there. It's already an asset. So we started with the Catalisa program. So our network started at state level, and that was in very small steps and baby steps. So we started with just a small number of companies, and then we started scaling up with mentoring and larger companies. When you talk about deep techs, the point is stop writing papers, rather creating patents. So researchers should leave the lab bench and provide solutions to the market, meeting social, economic, and environmental needs. This is all about opportunity, the opportunity of making Brazilian industry to grow. You started with 40 and now you have 6,000. So the program will start with 40 people too. An increase? Yes, it's like an algorithm. What we want is to start small and grow fast. When you consider the largest companies in Brazil, the largest industries, the question is who buys innovation? Who specializes in purchasing innovation? In the public sector in Brazil, you have this area for hiring innovation services. But those that do this job of hiring these services are not necessarily ready. So how can we help them? How can we help Brazilian industry so that they know how to hire innovation and how to hire research and find the right research and really add value to their production? We're starting with 3 large companies, or 3 consortia, in fact. Yeah, 3 consortia. And we'll be choosing between 40 deep techs. And these companies will, okay, do they add, this is a polymer, this is a carbon nanotube, this is innovative material. So we'll have a large process to choose among these deep techs among 6,000 researchers, which deep techs will have a match. And then we'll monitor, accelerate, and build bridges with knowledge, with financial resources, funds, with also laboratory research institutes, innovation institutes. Sibrai subsidizes 70% of the cost of this lower company. So with this deep tech agenda that's highly ambitious, we are investing in adding value to Brazilian industry. We firmly, strongly believe in this. And we have all the elements that are needed. So what is lacking in mobilizing business people for innovation? Our friend Jefferson is the coordinator, by the way. He's CNI's innovation director. So again, we will look into the gaps and make all the adjustments, improving the LADBEM project. But it would be to no avail if the market were not ready. Brazilian industry, that's our greatest partner at the time, right? Yes, everyone. So if you're pragmatic, for deep tech companies to apply for this, you can find information here on this link. So deep tech companies will be evaluated by people that work in the sector, and also the companies in their product development centers, companies that want to start expanding their strategy. So you match these companies, and N7 will develop a process for these companies to have a business journey going on. They already have a business plan, so we need to match these, and then you'll have a more specific business plan. Sebrae also has a great partnership with Embrapi, and in specific case where technological de-risking is extremely important, this will be done in Embrapi units. Now, if technological de-risking can be done in the company itself, then that's how it will be done. The whole intellectual property issues will provide all the support that you need. So all we want is really to join forces. It may seem simple, but it's really hard to apply. That's why we're starting with 40 companies to begin with up front. This is like a proof of concept. We need to understand what mistakes might be made along the way and improve them also along the way with increasingly better tools. We're not reinventing the wheel. And of course, money will increase as business becomes successful. I'm hoping everyone to apply. All deep tech people here who think you need more elaboration to be more elaborate, please apply. It will be worth it. It's a good way of us contributing, of our contribution to you, as the system is already in place. Sebrae, SESI, Sinai, Yelp, and the National Confederation of the Industry, the CNI. Yes, we're all together on this. We want to make things happen. We want to be successful. Thank you. Right, as you have seen, this is a great opportunity. I think you should really tap into this and make the most of this opportunity. Now let's move on to our final debate of the day. Climate change already impacts production and also the health of population. So slash and burn activities impact the health and also how competitive the industry is. The industry needs to adapt to this situation. How can it mitigate these impacts to prepare our production sector for more extreme climate conditions? We invite the director of Sanofi, Caroline Conte, a researcher for Fiocruz, Diego Ricardo Xavier, and the superintendent of health and industry of the national SESI, that's Emmanuel Lacerda. Uh, where are guests? Can we? They're invited on stage. Well, in the meantime, so I have an additional message and an invitation to you at 4:30. Please don't miss the launch of the 20 finalists of the National Innovation Program. This is the Oscar of Innovation in Brazil, the Oscar of Innovation. So at 4:30, we had 1,400 applicants, and we had 59 finalists. So and 20 initiatives will get the award. Now I have another invitation to you. Outside of the totems, you have a lot of information on the national journey in innovation. You have all the information there, all the stories, and the most recent information on the national innovation journey. Our So as you may have noticed, we have extensive uh, schedules. So our guest speakers have just arrived. It was good that we showed our sponsors ad. So I now invite the director of Sanofi, Caroline Conte, researcher at Fiocruz, Diego Ricardo Xavier, the superintendent of health and industry in the National SESI, Emmanuel Lacerda. Enjoy your discussion. The floor is yours. Hello. Good afternoon. So, hello everyone. Greetings, everyone, and Carol and Diego. It's a great pleasure to be in this conference to discuss innovation in organizations, institutions, to prepare our healthcare systems to responding to climate emergencies. It should be stressed that this society and the world will be increasingly more exposed to extreme climate events, weather events. This discussion will be based on the launch of a protocol that started this morning. This is a joint effort of SESI and the Ministry of Health. In this initiative, we put health at the center of PPPs, both in the public and the private sectors. In this respect, I'll start our conversation with Diego. Diego was one of the experts who wrote this protocol. So my first question goes to both, but I'd like Diego to start. Can you explain to us the protocol, Diego? The structure is really interesting. First, before an extreme event, what you do, then during, and then after an extreme event takes place. And then there's a fourth element, and this is how to document and systematize all the information so that all systems are better prepared from a healthcare perspective later on, down the road. Currently, we have a great example. Everyone might have received this alert from the Citizen Defense Agency in São Paulo with storm. So those that will travel soon, I'll catch a plane at 7 p.m. I might be affected. So the alert system is working, but no one tells us what to do to preserve your health and your life. So how do you address such problems? Of course, having an alert system is good enough, but I'm not prepared to face an extreme climate event. So how can we address this with this protocol? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Diego. I'm the coordinator of the observatory at Health Observatory at Fiocruz, and we've been, discussing climate events. And this protocol was a partnership we had with SESI. The idea was to contribute. The points you've brought up are really important. You get an alert, and then what? What do you do? We're in the phase of organizing this response. Well, a little while ago, we did not have such alerts, so it's already progress. In Rio de Janeiro, for instance, in many parts, you have a protocol for extreme heat. And some of these points are really, you should be discussing them, like stop classes, and people were working outdoors also, have things or steps that they should take. and then there's a fourth part which you mentioned, which is to document and structure a protocol. A protocol is dynamic. It's not just this document. We're expecting that's what we're expecting to achieve, to discuss what should be done. If you have, for example, a drought, it's much harder to address. If you get an alert of rain, you know it's going to rain, and at some point the rain will finish. Now, a drought, we don't even know when it starts. We just know when it finishes. But before the drought is over, we are there without knowing what to do. And this year, we're expecting to start this next month, an index for, El Nino that is mild to moderate. And this will be like in 2023, 24, extremely dry weather in the north, heavy rain in the south, and lots of health problems. Like we had the worst dengue fever epidemic. Well, let's ask Carol, who works for a large pharmaceutical company, a multinational company that has this company has been increasingly more concerned about climate change. So how does Sanofi see the contribution, its own contribution? How can Sanofi contribute when you consider the preparation activities and the consequences of climate events, especially extreme climate events, which are a consequence, a result of flush and burn activities and droughts. You have many problems, health problems, heart problems, respiratory diseases. So how can Sanofi help? I know that you're not working after a climate event take place, but you're also helping in strengthening the healthcare system. Can you hear me? Thank you, Emmanuel, for your question. Thank you, Diego, for coming. It's great that we have this partnership. Before joining Sanofi, with institutional and government institutions, before that, I have a degree and I've worked as a healthcare provider. I'm a pharmacist, and our major point is increasing people's quality of life. Sanofi's responsibility goes beyond this, beyond innovating drugs or technology. At Sanofi, we're not working for a treatment, for treating a disease. Rather than that, we focus on a cause. People's respiratory health is our cause, Sanofi's cause. So we do work to prevent respiratory diseases and also, of course, to treat highly complex chronic diseases that require the use of biologics. It's not only about providing access to healthcare and improve people's quality of life. Our strategy, our global strategy, is called One Respiratory Health. So that means taking care of patients throughout their lives, those that have respiratory diseases. Last year, we conducted a study that was correlating respiratory diseases, especially pulmonary emphysema, for example, caused by smoke, and obstructive pulmonary disease leading to absenteeism or early retirement, and the impact on Social Security. We have a survey of 5 years. So every year, because of this disease alone, you have over 600,000 days of people leaving work with medical leaves and everything. So this is not simple. It's not something that is unimportant. When you look at the impact in this situation, and we built a panel in partnership with you, we have over 12 million outpatient clinic appointments because of pulmonary diseases, because of air quality changes, because of a slash and burn activity or a drought. We had the example in the center west, the dust cloud that came to Sao Paulo from a huge slash and burn operation. And this, of course, impacted people's health. And this is everyone's responsibility. And we should not refrain from looking at this with extreme rigor. So thank you for inviting us to participate in this, to be a partner in this initiative. So the protocol of floods, for instance, is a great gain. So what do you do with people that have chronic respiratory diseases or conditions when there's an emergency, a climate emergency? So having a specific chapter on this, telling the healthcare system how it should operate in these cases, is a huge achievement in this partnership. All right, great. Now, Diego, I have a question about causes. We're talking about dry seasons. So you have now prolonged droughts, and Diego was really clear in this. Now, when talking about drought and also slash and burn activities, these are long-term. You have long-term consequences. Of course, the trigger is extreme heat. You have also arson or criminal fires. But when you look at these triggers in Brazil, they're different for every biome. So things are different in Brazil. You see a lot of slash and burn activities in Brazil's semi-arid, the Caatinga biome, and then the Brazilian Cerrado, then the rainforest, the Atlantic rainforest. So you have lots of slash and burn and also drought in very poor areas without a structured healthcare system that can respond to these emergencies. As Fiocruz supports the public healthcare system and the public system as a whole, how can Fiocruz organize itself in terms of public governance and also with public-private partnerships for us to address the problems in all Brazilian biomes, in all of its diversity, and also social economic problems we have in this country. So we have deprived areas, very poor areas. You're talking about resiliency, industrial resiliency, production resilience. So how can Fiocruz bridge these gaps? What partnerships, governance partnerships can you see with the private sector? Well, that's a great question. In our project, the observatory project, we have many tools. In the protocol, we have one particular tool that's called the Health Alert. With this tool, you get satellite data from the European agency. So we're using the information we have now, of course, with Copernicus and Europe. We also have a partnership with Barcelona's supercomputer. So we developed a system that works in real time. So you find where smoke is, where pollution is. And you have different types of pollution. You have particulate matter, fine particulate matter, that will be the most detrimental to pulmonary diseases. Oh, and then you have coarser particulate material, ozone, and many other gases. So you can easily see this from a satellite. But in other cases, you need also to be involved with communities. You cannot change this situation, this reality, without community and other stakeholders engaging interest, companies, and so on and so forth. In order to develop these people, they should understand what's going on, what we've been doing as well. Last week, I went to the Moret slum, and we installed an air quality station there. Tomorrow, we'll be launching panel. The platform we're trying to set up, it's more local. We want people to understand what's going on. If you have a station or a panel in a community, a slum, for instance, showing what's going on so that people know what's going on and make the most of it. So we're working on the local level, but also nationally. We're working together with a new coordination of the Ministry of Health. And this year, all Brazilian cities, municipalities need to write a plan to adapt to climate change if there's any funds and whatever is needed. Brazil is really heterogeneous, very diverse. Some cities have no technical competencies. So through computing, we talk to the mayor and the secretaries of health that need a minimum work that needs doing for them to comply with this legislative agreement. And they should understand that this tool is making this problem public.
So when it comes to impact, for instance, in the north, we have a serious problem whenever there are droughts because we lose connections. So we can even produce, but you're not able to send it out in the fires that we had in 23 and 24. That happened in some roads as well. Some of them were closed down in São Paulo because you couldn't pass through because of the fire. So heat, fire, droughts are increasingly intense. There's a recurrence of fires in the Amazon that we didn't see before, and there's El Nino. We're probably going to have again new fires and flow interruption, not only for merchandise, but also in the health sector. The healthcare agents are unable to get to the Amazon, the deep Amazon, to do the basic. So what's the biggest problem of the climate for health? It acts as a modulator. There's a situation that's borderline. It's an expensive healthcare system, and you cannot waste resources. And any disturbance of the system will cause lack of assistance or collapse. And that's something that we saw with COVID. And that also happens with the climate. Major disasters, that happens as well. And the worst situation in public healthcare, where people sometimes die with no assistance, with no dignity. That's an important aspect, which is the collapse of the healthcare system. And the droughts and fires are like a chronic disease. And Carol, you told me that not only you, but other colleagues, you talked about difficulties in extreme events, in flooding, floods. Um, we didn't have public administrators prepared to receive donations because the system had collapsed, and there was no regulation, no standards to allow them to receive that. And on your side, you also need these resources when it comes to compliance. So how can we deal with these situations in long-term events such as droughts? Because there you could have a flood, a more acute event, and also some advances, and due to legal reasons, you could have some exception rules. So how can you work with something like that, droughts and fires? How do you see that, and what type of contributions and needs do you have? From the municipalities? Up until the event of Rio Grande do Sul state, Sanofi didn't have any specific policy for medications or any other materials that had to be donated. But the situation was so intense back then that in governmental and institutional relations, we had to challenge the company to think outside of the box. If there's no policy, let's create one to allow us to do something that's legal and ethical. Our responsibility goes beyond just selling medications. It would be too small-minded to think that our role is just to supply medicines. And the construction of this policy is what allowed us to come this far and to be able to donate to Rio Grande do Sul, and now to make a donation to the 5 cities of Minas Gerais. And we're doing that in a partnership with Fiocruz. By means of an entity. There's the rules of the company, of course, but that's what allowed us to evolve in this regard. So I do think that the companies are evolving and seeking alternatives to become part of the system instead of being outside of the system. And we wanted, Dr. Marcos is here. He works with COPD at Sanofi, and we wanted to create taxometer, as it were, like the one that we have for taxes, but about COPD mortality, because every 7 minutes, one person dies from COPD in the world, whether it is because of lack of assistance or lack of access. Mortality happens because of a disease that could be improved in terms of improving the living conditions of these people. So I think that our responsibility goes beyond our relationship with the medication, and it actually encompasses our role in society. So, you know, dealing with fires and droughts as something chronic, that will be a requirement. Our first effective step was our institutional participation in this protocol, and that's something that we've been discussing. What's the second step? What's this second wave going to be like? How can I implement it? How can I look at the main regions affected and take the next step? How can I assess the needs of a certain region? It may not be drug related, it could be renovating a basic healthcare unit, or providing internet connection to a healthcare unit. There's different Brazils inside this country. You can't simply believe that the same needs during a huge forest fire in Sao Paulo are the needs of the same fire in Mato Grosso or in the Amazon. So you need to identify your needs and what to do based on that. And sometimes that requires building capacity, or bringing medical doctors, or whatever. And this is where the second stage comes in. You choose a region, you set up a pilot, and decide how to deal with it moving forward. Well, this is a big challenge, because even though society was organized around the unified healthcare unit, we see that this fragmentation and its difficulties are reflected in the public healthcare system, and between the public and the private healthcare systems. Yeah, exactly. One thing that we talk about a lot at Sanofi is that my private system is different from your private system. You can't simply split the population, where 25% of the population have a healthcare plan, and 75% of the population are fully reliant on the unified health system, the public healthcare system. I think that a PPP and establishing this in a better and more intense way moving forward requires correctly assessing what the system needs, and considering that each patient will have to rely on different systems. Well, this is very good. We are in the middle of an innovation congress to discuss technology. And this is my question to the both of you. Given this fragmentation, we're talking about data and technology. And given that the system is fragmented and there are asymmetries and basic things, the process of, for instance, equipping a basic healthcare clinic with computers. So you call that a distant dream. How can technology in this environment where we are discussing solutions, how can we set that up? The public healthcare system has no connection with a private system. It has its own heterogeneities and basic needs. How can we orchestrate that? How can these systems and these stakeholders of such a fragmented healthcare system, how can they be under a single governance so that we can at least have enough data to do that? Uh, that's a challenge for Fiocruz, the Ministry of Health. How do you see this challenge in terms of how can we build a more resilient system? That's a difficult question, right? Let's start from the end. First, Brazil. When we go to other countries and we show them Brazilian data, what Data SUS did, and how the data is made available, they're impressed. Of course, there's the problem of quality. Also, in terms of capturing information and registering it, and that's also our fault. However, people at the end of the chain, they're unaware of why they're filling that out. If you take data about public hospitalization, there is a series of cases of hospitalization due to cholera. In Brazil, we have no cholera. However, the ICD considers that cholera is A00, and whenever people are filling out the form, they don't know what ICD is, IGC is, and they just pick up the first option. So we have problems with the capture of data at the end of the process, and a lack of structure, computers, and all that. How do we solve that? We have to go back to the universal healthcare system. When it was created, it was decentralized. And we have that in all municipalities of Brazil, because that was one of the legacies. But there's also regionalization, and we have to recover that. Because when you regionalize things and when you create groups of municipalities, you start looking at a municipal entity that has a technical capacity to take care of the municipalities around it. However, when we decentralized it, the health secretary nowadays has more power than the ministry in their municipality. They do whatever they want to do, and that brings about an operational problem to us. We have technology, we have people, and I've been teaching healthcare, but there's a lack of this institutional connection that requires a political aspect that will necessarily take us to an agreement that we'll have to enter into. A municipality, for instance, a mayor from a certain party does not want to work with another one from a different party. We did that during COVID, and there was a price to it. We were not able to work in a regional manner. In Santos, for instance, there was this municipality called Registro. And I remember that back then, Santos was the hospitals were full, and 75 of the population did not reside in Santos, but rather in other municipalities around it. And why did that happen? Because there was no social agreement to help us solve the problem. We're going back to that with the tripartite committee, where the National Council of Municipalities, the National State Council, and the ministry sit together to try to go back to a regional approach to healthcare, going beyond simply political aspects. Otherwise, we won't be able to solve that. And many small municipalities, they shouldn't even be called municipalities. But anyway, we've been making a lot of progress, And when you look at Brazil and compare it to other countries, we are way ahead of many other countries. Our climate observatory helped Chile set up their own climate observatory, as well as Uruguay. And that's what the observatory does. Organize data and create solutions along with everybody, the academia, the administrator, and civil society. And hopefully we'll also be able to bring the industry to work with us. Well, in our One Respiratory Health platform, there's the protocol and the waves that we're going to implement, pilots and structures that we'll be working with, but there's two other initiatives that are totally related. We are setting aside resources to work with data. We haven't yet talked to Fiocruz, but yes, we want to talk about it. And the third project is about how to capture data and take that to. Sometimes we bring a lot of information and high quality information to physicians, but we do not bring this data profile to help people who are working directly with the patients that allow them to take ownership of their own ecosystem. In this situation profile that we're now living in, physicians have to take ownership of the system of where they are, knowing that they are the patient's advocate, that going beyond simply prescribing medical care. So I think that connecting a well-structured protocol, well-structured data, and bringing information to the relevant parties, that will produce better results than the one that we are producing now. Well, we had 30 minutes and want to summarize this briefly. We saw that this from the perspective of a company that is concerned about new challenges, an entity that we're all proud of, Fiocruz, and the Fiocruz being at the root of Brazil's culture and cultural assets, and SASE, and also that the industry is not only collaborating, but also that it can be more resilient from the perspective of dealing with climate challenges. I want to thank Carol and Diego for your participation. I know that this protocol and others, we will do many more things in the healthcare system. So have a great afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. This brings us to the end of our day and our Congress. Thanks, everybody, for your participation in these 2 days where we discussed energy transition, agriculture, foods, new materials, entrepreneurship, scientific entrepreneurship. We also talked about strengthening the deep tech ecosystem as part of the strategy to increase productivity and the technological capacity of Brazil. I want to thank the speakers and all of the attendees, especially those of you that stayed all the way through the end. We'll move forward, making progress in the transformation of the industry towards a more structured and innovative industry. This event was organized by CNI, the MEI, the SEBRAE, and it's an initiative of MEI, the Entrepreneurial Mobilization for Innovation. It's been co-organized by SESI, the Social Service of Industry, SUNAI, the National Industrial Training Service, IEL, Uvaldo Lodi Institute, with strategic support from the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, the MCTI. Also, Diamond sponsorship by Embrapa, the Brazilian Company for Research and Industrial Innovation, FINAP, and Petrobras. Gold sponsorship by Embraer and Grupo Boticário. Silver sponsorship by Bosch, Rockwell Automation, Siemens, Itaú, Natura, Vale, and BNDES. Institutional support from OCB and INPI. I'd like to invite you all to watch the award-winning ceremony of the Innovation Awards that will be held at Stage Roberto Simonsen. Thank you, and see you next time. Good night.